Progress.
Good morning. Welcome to the March 7th, 2024 meeting of the Palo Alto Architecture Review Board. Can we have a roll call, please?
Chair Bolte,
Present.
Vice Chair Rosenberg. Present. Board Member Adcock. Present. Board Member Chen. Present. Board Member Hirsch.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is public comment. Do we have any members of the public who wish to address us on anything not on our agenda today?
Yes, I have one raised hand on Zoom from Caitlin Parkins.
Yes, thank you.
Please go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Caitlin Parkins. I'm speaking today in support of a bird safe design ordinance for Palo Alto. I'm the coordinator of the Glass Collisions Program from American Bird Conservancy. We work to prevent collisions by educating architects on how to make buildings safe, creating resources for policymakers and advocates, and we've developed a testing and rating system for bird-friendly materials. Birds are an integral part of our ecosystems, and millions of people love to watch birds close to home and afar. But according to a 2019 study, we've lost 1 in 4 birds since 1970, and the man-made environment is a significant hazard that contributes to precipitous declines. Collisions with windows are a major source of bird mortality, killing up to 1 billion birds in the US every year. They affect rare and common species alike. Birds collide with buildings year-round. During migration, when they stop over to rest and refuel, during the breeding season when they're raising chicks, and during the winter when they flock to bird feeders in our yard. Anywhere birds and buildings coexist, collisions are a risk. They use rural forests, suburban forests, meadows, urban parks, street trees, even tiny patches of urban green spaces as habitat, and they move between those patches through a maze of man-made infrastructure. Requirements for bird-safe design should encompass all of these habitats and the spaces between them through which birds move. While window collisions are associated with tall buildings and urban centers, a Smithsonian study found that 44% of collisions take place at residences and 56% at mid-rise buildings. It's imperative that they are protected across all building types. Fortunately, bird-friendly design does not require trading off views and sunlight provided by glass. You could avoid the use of hazardous features such as large expanses of glass, reflective glass, skywalks, glass corners, and corridors, and that can reduce the number of collisions at a building without requiring special materials. If those features must be incorporated, bird-friendly materials should be used, and with the passing of legislation in major cities such as NYC and Washington, D.C., the market of products has increased exponentially with a multitude of design options and price points available. Bird-friendly buildings are desirable and beautiful, but elements of bird-friendly design need to be considered at the beginning of the process and carried through to a building's completion, and legislation is the only way to assure this will happen. ABC recommends ensuring birds are protected in the city of Palo Alto by developing an ordinance to guide robust building standards that reduce hazards to birds and require bird-friendly materials. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak?
Yes, another one on Zoom from Linda Heidemann.
Good morning. You'll have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Linda Heidemann. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 19 years, and I'd like to speak to the importance of bird safe design and addressing light pollution. As many as 1 billion birds in the US die in building collisions each year, as you've just heard. Most birds don't see glass as an obstacle. It's either transparent, so they try to fly through it, or it's reflective, so they see habitat and open sky in the glass and try to fly to it. 44% of fatal collisions happen at homes, buildings, and other structures that are only 1 to 3 stories tall, per data from the Smithsonian. Bird-safe glass should be required for all new construction, even homes. Existing buildings can be retrofitted with the many options now available. At night, artificial light and sky glow around buildings continue to disorient and attract and kill birds. Some are casualties of nighttime collisions with windows and walls. Others circle in confusion until dawn when they land exhausted and exposed to other urban threats. Addressing light pollution is particularly critical as Palo Alto is on the Pacific Flyway, the migration path for birds traveling between the Arctic and South America in the spring and fall. For safety, most birds migrate at night. All the technology needed to control lights, direct lights, shield lights, and so on exists. And it's not just for the birds. Artificial light can negatively affect human health, waste energy and money, and harms other wildlife as well as ecosystems. Palo Alto has a proud history of innovation, but we are not leading here. Let's acknowledge that all lives, our lives and wild lives are important. Let's agree that buildings meet human needs as well as the needs of wildlife, such as birds who can't see that glass is a deadly barrier. And let's agree that night is a time when humans can dim the lights and slip into the evening, and when birds can travel in the safety of the dark, guided by the light of the stars and the moon. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else?
No, that's all our speakers.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next item, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Staff?
None today.
Very well. City official reports.
Thank you. We do have some changes to the upcoming future agenda that I just wanted to make you aware of. We are planning to cancel the March 21st hearing. And a few changes just for your planning purposes. On April 4th, we are planning on still having the advanced water purification system project, as well as a just an informational report to make you aware of the stream setback ordinance that we are working on, as well as we'll add the work plan discussion for the ARB work plan for the next year on that agenda. On April 18th, we will have 660 University, as well as North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan. Just to make you aware, North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan is, we are intending to release the draft EIR tomorrow. So the study session that we have with you guys will also provide an opportunity later in the comment period for people to provide comments on that draft EIR. Let's see. We did have a new project for Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, did come in with a formal application. And we are in the initial review period for that. We did go to council on Monday to get initial feedback from the council on the form of the building, as well as other actions that they'll be taking related to the project. There have also been a couple SB 330 projects that came in, one for 7381 El Camino Real, for 169 residential rental units, and one at 3606 El Camino Real for 315 units. And both of these include merging multiple lots together to create the resulting parcel for the projects. And both of those are being proposed as builder's remedy projects. So I don't know if you wanted to assign an ad hoc to any of those new projects.
Yes. Yeah, I'm looking at the list of potential projects, seeing that we either haven't assigned or we're behind on that, it seems. Or maybe it's just not on the list here, Claire.
Say that one more time.
On these potential projects on this list here, I thought we had assigned a committee for the Buena Vista project. the mobile home project, and
I didn't quite realize that. I can look back in my
remembering
notes if we want to hold off for a
You
moment.
don't remember that? No, maybe I'm mistaken on that. I don't remember that.
I'm not sure.
But we have quite a few here, actually, don't we, that are lacking assignment. What I would like to do is not act on this right now, but rather confer with the vice chair and try to come up with an appropriate distribution, because there's quite a lot of stuff here.
Okay.
So to my colleagues, I'll appreciate any feedback of what you care about. If there's one of these projects you're particularly interested in, let me know. But I think we'll all have to assign ourselves to some of these. So we're going to leave it off for now, but we'll pick it up.
Great. Okay.
Between this and the
Thanks.
next meeting. Thank you. I'd also like to comment to my colleagues that on the April 4th hearing, I'd like us to review our annual work plan and report back to council and the planning commission. I'll be preparing that draft and have it ready for us to review on that meeting. We'll distribute it in advance though for comments. And then you're all welcome, of course, to provide any feedback if you feel like you'd like to in advance of that. But the process will be that I prepare a draft, which we all discuss, tear apart, edit, etc., and then approve one meeting after that. So it's a compromise issue. Thank you. Is that it for city
That's all.
official
Thank
reports?
you. Yeah.
Okay, so then we're going to move on to our first action item, which is a public hearing for 800 San Antonio Road. Recommendation on applicant's request for approval of a rezoning from service commercial to planned community planned home zoning, and to allow construction of 75 residential ownership units, 16 of which would be below market units. The proposed building is 5 stories with 2 levels of subterranean parking. The project also includes a subdivision map to merge 2 adjacent lots to create a resulting 0.88 acre parcel. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, I'll go ahead and share my presentation. Good morning. My name is Emily Callis. I'm the project planner for 800 San Antonio.
Oh, I'm sorry, before we start that, I'd like to do disclosures of the board. Does anyone have anything to disclose on this? Board member Hirsch.
Visited the site again, but otherwise, no.
Board member Rosen.
Visited the site again.
Okay, I'll disclose that I also visited the site yesterday.
I also visited the site.
Drove by the site, walking to the site or anything.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, having one of those times where it looks a little different on my screen than on the big screen. So where we're at in this process, this is a PC rezoning PHZ project. It began with a council pre-screening in August of 2022, followed by the formal application in January of 2023. Staff review has been ongoing throughout the process, but the initial PTC hearing was in June 2023. The last architectural review board hearing was in August, and now we have returned in March. After this, if the ARB makes the recommendation, it would move forward to the PTC and then move forward to council. The project is located on San Antonio Road near Leghorn. It is in the Housing Incentive Program area. However, because it is a PHZ, the development standards are being proposed as a discretionary project and differ slightly, exceeding what would typically be allowed even by the HIP, which is more than what is the typical development standards for the underlying CS service commercial zoning district. The project description includes the 5-story building with 75 condominium units, 21% of which will be affordable to very low and moderate income. And the building includes the 2 levels of below grade parking with 148 total spaces, meaning that this project is not asking for any sort of parking reduction. The requested exceptions to the development standards being asked for as a part of this PHZ project are also located in attachment D, the zoning comparison table. But the summary of, the differences are here. The applicant is requesting a 2.99 floor area ratio where typically 0.4 to 1.0 is allowed, a 65% lot coverage where 50% is allowed, a 60-foot 8-inch height where 50 feet in height is allowed, approximately 1,000 square feet of retail use where typically 1,500 is the minimum required, slightly reduced on-site open space requirements for some units. I'll talk about that in more detail later in the presentation. And lastly, some of the balconies and patio areas project approximately 6 inches, mostly at corners, not for the full length of those spaces, into the front special setback along San Antonio, which is 25 feet. Because this is a PHZ project, the project must display that they are making a public benefit to, balance the difference in development standards. And so when the city council approved the PHZ process, they provided different options for how to present affordable housing as a public benefit. And one of the ways it can be looked at is by providing additional weight to providing very low income and low income units. And so although 21% is the number of, or the percentage of units that will be built that will be dedicated below market rate, the weighted value, because 7 of these will be very low income and 5 will be low income, is 28.9%. Additionally, most of these units are 2 and 3 bedroom units, so they are family serving. I believe 7 of them are 1 bedroom, 52 are 2 bedroom, and the rest are 3 bedroom. The next handful of slides will be looking at the changes that have been made since the last time this was presented to the Architectural Review Board. The image on the left is the August design, and the image on the right is the revised design. Primary changes include that the retail space was added. The original plan was only residential use. Additionally, the gym and clubhouse amenity areas have been relocated to open into the courtyard, as was recommended by the Architectural Review Board. Additionally, the bike racks were added to the front, and additional detail were provided with regards to the floor plan layouts and the way that the private open space is distributed throughout the design. Notably, in the courtyard area, the private open space for the 2 units kind of shown on the upper half of the courtyard there had the patio area kind of projecting into the courtyard, and those private areas have been relocated to the corners, so they're more tucked away, again, per ARB's recommendation. The upper floors are largely the same. We will discuss that. It's a little easier to see in the section view because the upper floor is what's shown here is just the second floor. But the floors above that were stepped back some to provide additional light into the courtyard. The other important item to note is that initially a lot of the balconies were only 5 feet in depth, where our development standard for usable open space is 6 feet. And so now all of the balconies are at least 6 feet in depth. Another item that was added since the initial ARB hearing is a roof deck to increase usable open space and potentially provide a place that receives more sunlight than the courtyard, which is surrounded on 4 sides. The proposed materials and the materials board should be up at the front. Okay. Yeah. Or in the back, sorry. And the materials include fiber cement panels, metal trim, and glass windows. The major changes that I do have the images of on later slides include refining the front entry specifically to demonstrate that it is in fact 2 stories and add a warm tone brown color to the ground floor elements. Additionally, a more solid roof overhang was added to the 5th floor. And as I mentioned earlier, there's now the roof deck amenity space. So previously, the 2nd floor entry had this element that the ARB had commented kind of cut it off. And so now that is more obviously open and more of a two-story clear element. Also, the addition of the retail space adds an additional facade area that helps add more human scale elements to the first floor. And the color was modified to include more warm tones on the ground floor. The below image is the rear facade, which again is more largely the same, but the private space on the ground floor has been better clarified and demarcated. These images show the side elevations, again with the brown warm color wrapping around the side. And this image also shows how the 5th floor balconies have a more solid roof overhang in the bottom corner here. This is the streetscape because this project is in close proximity to 824 San Antonio and 788 San Antonio. And this helps show the scale of the adjacent structures. Again, because the typical maximum height in this zoning district is 50 feet and the proposed structure is 60 feet, this shows that it is somewhat larger in scale. Going into a little more detail on the height, the 60 feet 8 inches is to the top of the parapet. There is additional equipment on the roof as well as like trellis-like elements in the roof deck, which goes up to a maximum height of 64 feet. However, those mechanical elements, elevator overrun, even in the underlying code, are always allowed to have up to 15 feet to accommodate those items. And there is no daylight plane requirement for this location. In terms of open space, all of the units have private open space. The size of those balconies and patio areas range from approximately 60 square feet to over 200 square feet, but the median's around 90. They do all meet the 6-foot depth minimum. There's also the shared common courtyard space and the shared common roof deck space. When you add all of this up and average all of it out, some of the units with the smaller balconies come slightly short of the 150 square feet per unit open space calculation. But there are also many units that exceed it. It just does vary. And then in terms of the courtyard itself, the minimum dimension required would be 40 feet in each direction. And this one is 52 feet wide. And then the length is about 62 feet. But again, the upper floors, and is it shown? Yeah, here you can see that the upper floors step back so that it is 72 feet wide, to help with the sunlight coming in. I'm going to go back a slide. Yeah, in terms of what's available in the common open space, it's a combination of hardscape and landscaped areas. The courtyard includes a green wall vertical garden feature, and there is outdoor furniture in both the courtyard and on the roof deck. In terms of on-site tree replacement, there are 10 trees proposed for removal. 7 trees are proposed to be planted, and the equivalent of 24 trees will be paid as in lieu fees. For CEQA review, the previously certified 788 San Antonio Road and Housing Incentive Program Expansion, EIR, covered this area for this type of development, but because this project exceeds the development standards that were anticipated, an addendum was prepared that declared that no new or more significant impacts would occur as a result of this project. And so all adopted mitigation measures under that EIR will apply to this project. And the recommended motion is that staff recommends the Architectural Review Board recommend approval of this project to City Council. That concludes my presentation, and the applicant, Mark Donahue, is here and also has a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, to the applicant, if you have a presentation, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank
You
you.
will have 2
Members of the
minutes to
board, thank you.
speak. If you could please be sure to state and spell your name so we get it right in the record.
Will do. My name is Mark Donahue. I'm Design Director at Lowney Architecture. That is M-A-R-K, last name D-O-N-A-H-U-E. And board, thank you very much for having us and looking at the project again. We've made a pretty significant effort to meet with the comments that we discussed during our previous hearing, and I'd like to just take you on a tour. Many of the things that you'll see will be repetition of the really nice presentation that Emily just gave. There are a few clarifications on the number of BMRs, and I can talk about that when we're looking at the floor plan. This is the view of the building from San Antonio. Hopefully you all recognize this by now. Next slide. And I'm just going to really zip through these. Everyone, I think by now, you've been to the site, so you know where it is. Next. Whoa. Yeah, you can skip over this, whatever it is. Did it crash? There. Oh, okay. That's all right. So this, just to reorient you to the site plan, the area that's indicated in the warm tone there, that is the special setback. Next. So as Emily pointed out, the fairly significant changes to the program on the ground floor. There's the addition of the commercial space, which is the salmon color there in the center, adjacent to the lobby. The community spaces, both the quiet use and the active fitness use, have both been placed on the courtyard and filled the entire bottom elevation there of the courtyard. And I have some views later for you to see what the courtyard looks like. Next. Typical floor. And one thing, Emily, I would like to look at, because our intention was for none of the balconies to be in the setback, the special setback, because that was one of the requests of the board. And we have an illustration later that I hope proves that that is correct. So next slide. The typical units, this is really detailed for you. There's also unit plans included in the bound set. Next. The refinements to the landscape, I think there was some request to soften up the landscape in the front that addresses the street. And so our landscape architect has undertaken that. And then, of course, as Emily pointed out, the private open space that still exists on the ground floor has been tucked away in the corner, away from the main nodes of activity. Next. And just some details of what is proposed for those, the landscape on the street side. And then also one of the concerns previously stated was that the trees might be under the balconies and therefore would lack direct sunlight. And we've moved all the plantings, the major plantings in the courtyard, so that they are open to the sky. Next slide. All right. This shows the roof deck. I'm sorry for the fuzziness of this, but essentially this space is meant to be more of a casual play space and a place to gather for barbecues. So the play space is down at the bottom, and then the social space is at the top, and those would all be reached from the main elevator core and adds to the open space. Our proposal, I think there was some question about the courtyard not meeting the standard. And so we calculated the open space to be achieved without the courtyard And then if you do count the courtyard, that means that we're over by several thousand square feet. So next slide. So this is the illustration of the balconies. Per your direction, we've increased all the balconies to 6 feet on each side. And then on the front, I thought that, well, let me put it this way, I instructed the team not to cross over the front setback line. And if it is not correct, we still have time to correct it. But the intention is, per the direction, we would not step over that special setback line. So all the balconies should be behind it. That 25-foot zone in front of the building should be completely clear of structure. And then one other thing is you'll notice on the back balconies that those do encroach further into the rear setback, but that is allowed under the zoning code. All right, so thank you, Emily. Next slide. Just reorienting to the site plan. So one of the requests that we were unable to meet, and which I would like to go through, is the trash pickup on site. And so the next slide, I think, provides a fairly clear illustration of why we weren't able to do that. We tried several different configurations that would allow a truck to come onto the site, still meet the green waste requirements for truck maneuvering, and it was not physically possible to get the maneuvering off of the street and onto the site. So you can see this illustration, one of the things they say is they don't want their trucks to have to back up to maneuver. And that also in this illustration, if you look on the bottom left corner, the truck would have to turn into the driveway from the far left lane. So therefore crossing over a lane of traffic, crossing the sidewalk. And it would have been possible to configure it in such a way that the front of the truck was pointing 90 degrees, but you'll see also on the right-hand side that it would have clipped the building in the process of getting there. And then in order to get out, again, it would need to back up, as you see. We would have had to widen the driveway to about 32 feet just to get out again to the far left lane. And none of these really met the operational criteria for green waste. And so we looked at what was happening up the street. Next slide. And as you can see here, at our neighbors up the street, they also did not have enough maneuvering space on their site. And so they're proposing a bulb out for trash pickup. And so in keeping with that standard, we're also on the right proposing a bulb out. This would be for trash pickup about twice a week. Then it would also be used for FedEx and UPS deliveries. We have a space on the site for Uber or Lyft pickups, and also for people who are coming into the office for some business. So that is off the street. The bulb out would strictly be a service use and not really intended for anything else. But that was one of the things we actually spent quite a bit of time looking at alternatives to try to get that function onto the site. And at the end of the day, we're unable to do it. Next slide. There is also a service area in the basement. We increased the clearance on the ramp leading down to the basement so that panel trucks could come down to this level. And so move-ins can occur here. They would not have to occur at grade. And other service elements that don't require that 14-foot 6 clear would also take place here. Next slide. All right, just to quickly conclude, next slide. So I think the main things on the front elevation, there was a request to open up the portal, and we very gladly and willingly did that. You can see that it really does create just the impression that we were discussing. There's far more articulation and texture in the materials as you enter the building at the ground level. And the sample board you see, there's the striated version of the Equitone panel, much more textured. The balconies have been designed in a way to be more of a figure on the ground of the elevation, so adds depth, and then there's literally more depth added as well due to the increase of the depth of the balconies. Next slide. And this just is shows you both the portal and then also the retail would be very open as well. We would utilize a storefront system there so that it would be visually transparent and readily easy to see into from the street. Next slide. This is the view from the southwest corner, looking at the space between the two adjoining buildings. One of the things that came up during the last meeting was the question of whether we should open up those side elevations. It's difficult because we know that residential buildings are going to go on both sides next door. So we wanted to be judicious just to make sure that there's some privacy maintained. And I think this view also shows the screening that we're proposing for those ground floor units. Next slide. And since we didn't have any views of the courtyard before, we wanted to bring some views for you to see the nature of the courtyard, the quality of the light that we believe will be in there. This is a September noon shot, so we're not cheating by doing it in the middle of the summer. But as you can see, it's going to be a very comfortable space. Next slide. And then this is just looking in the other direction. Out through the lobby, and you can see a pretty clear shot at what's going on outside in the street. And I think is that the last one? Yes. So happy to answer any questions and look at that. Almost made it.
Thank you very much. Your timing is excellent. Next, I'd like to open the meeting to public comment. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? You can sit down, sir.
No, I have no raised hands or speaker cards.
Okay, seeing no one, we'll close the meeting to public comment. Next, we'll have a round of questions from the board to either staff or the applicant. Who would like to start? Does anyone have any questions? Board Member Adcock?
Yes, I
Go
do
ahead.
have several questions. So I may not get through all of them all at once. It's disclosure. Yes, thank you, Emily and the team for the presentation. It's a very interesting and project, and I wasn't here the first time it was presented, so happy to see it. Regarding the courtyard, I have one key question. The planting and the renders look great, but as far as in the courtyard views, the trees look like they're planted pretty much at the ground level, the first floor level, but in section, I do not see how that soil is being maintained. So I just want to understand how that is being planted. This might be a applicant question.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do want to make a quick note. I apologize that I didn't reach out to you previously, but I just want to ensure that you have reviewed the last meeting, either minutes or video
Yeah.
Okay, great, perfect. I just wanted to make sure that was disclosed, so thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Do you mind repeating your question really quickly? I apologize.
Oh, no worries. About the courtyard and the planting, if we go to that section view, either that or the interior courtyard view, I just want to understand like how the planting is so important for this project, and I want to understand how the planting, the section depth is being planned for this project. You can see in this view that the trees are on grade pretty much with the with the courtyard level. But in section view that I believe, Emily, you shared earlier, I do not see how, the typically several feet of planting soil is needed for maintaining trees and how that's getting accommodated.
Sure, I can answer that. So the parking garage level has far more than the necessary clearance for the vehicular traffic. 7'0" is what is required, and we have 3 or 4 feet more than that. So in the areas where the trees would actually be planted, those planters would drop down into the garage. And they actually they're not sitting exactly on grade. They are sitting in raised planters. So between the raised planters and the amount that you could dip into the garage, they should have sufficient space for the root ball.
Thank you. I did see a note about raised planter on the landscape plans, but I don't see it in the section.
Yeah, that's just that's a coordination item that we can probably pick up later.
Thank you. Yeah, agreed. I just want to make sure that that's thought through because trees are not gonna live very long if we don't have.
No, our landscape architect would definitely hold our feet to the fire.
Yeah. The other question I have is regarding the first floor. I know you're trying to do very judicious about all these units in a tight fit and the commercial space, which wasn't there before and it's here now. But between the two stairs, especially the bottom stairs, the south stair, the unit and the commercial space, that exit passageway seems really tight, which once you make it code compliant, your commercial space or the other unit is going to get smaller. Any
It's
thoughts
code
on that?
compliant.
3'7"?
Yes, 44 inches is all that's required by code.
But what about push-pull clearances on the doors?
They're not required for an emergency exit. You only need to have a panic bar.
So you're
So
doing the
it's not,
alternate route.
it's assumed that during an emergency that people will just be going out. And so the push-pull clearance requirements, or at least the pull clearance requirement disappears. And so obviously when we go to bring this to permit, those kinds of items will be examined, but currently the passageway itself meets the requirements.
Okay, if you say so. Doesn't look it to me. And one last question about the material board, the perforated metal that you're showing, is that to scale what's on the board?
No, it's not. If we were to do the openings to scale, then nothing else would fit on the board.
Well,
Yeah.
is there a limit on the size of the board?
There is, it's 8 by 14.
Okay. It could be one piece. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that that's probably like 8th scale of the actual pattern.
Yeah, how big are the openings in that then?
Yeah, they're really more decorative screens, and there is some privacy, but they're not meant to be performative, sunshades or anything like that.
Yeah, I did see that on your notes.
Can I ask a quick question here? Will a 4-inch sphere fit through the opening?
We are not using them for guardrails.
Right.
Understood, but also in regards to bird clearance, just out of curiosity.
Bird clearance, no, that is consideration. After hearing the two speakers at the beginning, would love to take up, just in terms of the pattern, making it bird safe, we can do that.
Yeah, I think at least some scale on the drawings of these patterns, since it's so important to your facade, would be helpful. I can't really tell from either the render views or the sample board what your intended size of that very important material is. I will hold the rest of my questions for right now. Pass it on to other board members. Thank
Sure,
you.
Thank you. Anyone else with the questions for the applicant or staff? Board Member Rosenberg.
I have two very quick questions, if that's all right, jumping in here. The green vertical wall, what's the depth of that?
We haven't really designed the section for it. Typically, they're anywhere between 12 to 16 inches.
Perfect. Okay. And then what's the plan for maintaining that over the lifespan of the project?
This would be the responsibility of the HOA.
Okay. Is there, I guess this might be for the, for staff, is there a way to ensure that that wall is maintained as a green wall? Because if that's a, open trellis with nothing on it, it's going to have a very different feel in that courtyard. So I'm curious for the staff, if that's something that we can make sure that they maintain over time.
Yes, it is standard for our conditions of approval to include maintenance of all landscaping. I don't think that the exact language currently in there calls out the green wall, but we can easily add that.
Okay, perfect. And then, Mr. Donahue, last question I have is for the below market rate units. Do you have a percentage of each type of unit, or are you designating all 1-bedroom units as below market, or are you having a
No.
mix?
No, it is required by law to be a mix that matches the overall proportion.
Perfect. So you will have a 3-bedroom unit
Yes.
available below.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. That was all my questions. Thanks very much.
Board Member Chen, questions?
A couple of questions. So for the bike room, is there any windows for that room?
No, what we've found is that for many bike owners, especially those who own very expensive bikes, they would rather that the public not be able to see into the bike room.
So for this room, it will only rely on the artificial lighting.
Correct.
Okay. And for the commercial, for the retail, I noticed there is a trash room. So what is the route for the tenants to bring their cars to the staging area?
I'm sorry, once
The,
again,
the retail, it seems like there is a trash room inside
Yes.
the retail.
yes.
So what is the route?
So that typically for a retail operation, the staff would bring the carts out the front door
Mhm.
and would cross the sidewalk to the staging area.
That's my question for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Hirsch, do you have any questions? No questions. No questions. Okay. I'd like to ask if you've explored what the water table depth is. How much below the water table, if any, will you have to dig for the basement?
So I believe that the geotech report put the water table at average mean level of, all right, it's on the drawings, it's like 8 feet below grade, 8 to 12 feet. And so we are aware of the fact that we would be going 20 feet into the water table. And so
Wow.
the plan is essentially you have to build a bathtub and then you have to drain the bathtub at all times. But that is one of the conditions of approval as well.
Yeah, I'm aware that it's a condition of approval and there's enormous technical challenges ahead of you still, but
Oh, yeah.
have you decided if you're going to do a secant wall type construction technique or a drawdown?
You know, I asked the civil engineer and he said at this point that there's not enough information for him to give a qualified response. And so I think what I would characterize it is by saying that we're going to do whatever the best practice is that works with the site.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Staff, this is an issue that's come up repeatedly on other big projects in this area. Do we have a policy or practice within the town about when we push further on how this is going to be done? The town allows both drawdown and secant walls type construction, but the drawdown requires a considerable level of exploration in advance, and many members of the public have expressed concern about that.
Typically, we do require secant walls to assist in minimizing the amount of dewatering required.
At what point does that get resolved? Part of the building permit application?
Building permit application and the public works grading permit that will be required to do any type of excavation.
Have we received any comments from the public about the dewatering or the depth below the water table on this project?
I don't believe we've received public comment specifically asking about dewatering on this particular site.
Okay, I ask all this because when we did the hotel just up the street, which have a lower water table, it became a pretty big issue at the end that people were just upset about it. Wasn't that you could do anything at that point, but it seems that the public should be entitled to know what depth they're digging below the water table. So there's obviously nothing we can say or do about it now, but I'm just flagging that as an issue. Sure, go ahead.
You know, we have an interior courtyard and it's going to rain inside. Could you describe how the water retention, detention is going to be handled here? I didn't notice any particular drawings.
No, for the on-site stormwater management, we're relying on the perimeter to do stormwater management. The courtyard water would just be stormwater that's drained
Direct to the sewer system?
into the storm sewer.
Combined
After, it would be
direct.
after primary treatment, it would be then, yes, passed into the storm sewer system.
Okay. So the perimeter has been calculated to do the site otherwise,
Correct.
and there's no detention on the rooftop at all?
No, we discussed it internally. One of the difficulties is you always want the source of the water to be higher than the detention area. And if we place the detention area on the roof, then we have to pump the water up to the top of that in order for it to do
I'm
its
not
job.
I'm just suggesting that it could be ancillary to the site water collection. If you
Right.
had it on the roof, if you had what rained onto the roof,
Right.
to be detained on the roof.
Yes, so the civil engineering team, I think that the reason that they did the ground-based approach is just the knowledge of best practices now in terms of cost and also maintenance, that In those cases, typically what we would do is a green roof of some kind, and then you get to deduct that area of the roof from your stormwater. The problem is that then you have to maintain the green roof, and it's a long-term maintenance cost. And if it fails, then you kind of if we have that at the ground level, it's a little bit more maintenance free.
I see. So basically you're saying that you've explored that possibility and it's not feasible.
No, that's correct.
If I could, I'd like to ask a question of staff regarding the environmental impact report. You're saying that this impact report that was the EIR that was done for 788 San Antonio is now being also serving for this project. Did that consider the traffic impact from this project as well? How was that calculated?
Yes, earlier I did not mention that we have the CEQA consultant on the Zoom. We have Nicole Yee and Carly Kaufman from Rincon. I think
Could we
perhaps
have them address that question? I'd like to understand how the traffic impacts have been analyzed for this.
So if I may, the environmental that was done for 788 San Antonio was also combined with the environmental that was done to put the HIP on the entire corridor of San Antonio. So the environmental was for the entire corridor. And so it did anticipate a project similar to this.
So an additional parking requirements from 75 new units was included as part of the study for the environmental impact report.
I think it would be helpful to have them speak just briefly more to it. It looks like Carly Kaufman is online.
Yes, I would like to hear the consultant and address that issue and anything else that they think is important. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Carly Kaufman with Rincon Consultants. As Jody mentioned, the EIR that this project is steering from was prepared for the entire housing implementation program expansion along the corridor as a whole. So that original EIR did examine transportation impacts associated with, the added housing along the whole corridor. Currently, as you may be aware, traffic congestion is no longer an impact under CEQA. So we do look at vehicle miles traveled now, not traffic congestion, but that original EIR, did look at transportation impacts throughout the corridor as a whole, including this project. It did look at development of this site up to, I believe, 94 units, and this project involves 75 units. So that EIR was actually conservative in assuming more units than this project is proposing on this site.
Wonderful, thank you. That's a great answer. Any other questions for the EIR consultant while we have our line? Go ahead, board member.
Not for the EIR consultant.
Did you have something? No? Okay, thank you. Great for bringing that person on. My last question has to do with staff regarding the calculation of open space. I heard you say that they were just slightly below the 150 square foot per unit average. I heard the applicant say that they didn't even consider the courtyard and felt they were over the open space requirements. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, the applicant's calculation included the front setback space that we wouldn't consider programmed to be usable.
So in a nutshell, they are or are not meeting open space requirements per current code?
Because the balconies vary in size, it varies throughout, and I didn't calculate it for every single unit.
Are they meeting the overall requirement?
Yeah.
In our analysis, I think we felt like it was possibly just under when not calculating the front setback area as part of the programmed open space. But I think we may have to recalculate again because there were some minor modifications to the plans in just the last week right before we released the staff report. And so I think we need to do the assessment again.
Mr. Donahue, if I could ask you then, I think it's in our interest as a board and the cities to ensure that you meet open space requirements. Is that your intention on this?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So if there's some detailed calculation analysis, what you consider or don't, if we were to put a condition on your project that you meet those requirements, that would be acceptable?
I think that we can do that.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's a good answer.
And there's guests.
Veronica? there's a
No,
problem
no,
with the
no,
microphone.
I'm a spider lover, so we're good. We're good. It just surprised me. I wanted to point out that there's a difference in the calculated BMR units. So I thought it would be important for you to know this. When we put in the retail, we took out a BMR. So there's actually 15 BMR units, and it's 20%, not 16 and 21%. So just so you know.
Okay, we'll come back to that. We were talking about open space. Thank you, though. Veronica, could you check that microphone, please, and make sure there's no problem with it? Okay, I have no other questions. Who else? Anyone else? Board Member Chen, your light is on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn it
Board
off.
Member Icahn, go ahead.
But I do have,
Go for it.
yeah, I do have one question.
I'm sorry, Board Member Chen, go
Sorry
ahead.
about that. So I noticed for the upper level, you only have one trash room located for all the, at the back for all the units. Do you have like a general dimension of how long, what is the distance from the units along the street side to the trash room? It seems like it's a long route for them. Okay, have you ever considered a second trash room, like next to the elevator lobby, more towards the?
We did not.
Yeah.
I think the reason is that when you look at the congestion of program, it's hard to picture where we would actually place a trash room and then getting the trash from that room out to. So I think that the internal trash maintenance program is still an open question. It is something that in some of our projects, the HOA actually handles it. It's not the people who live there who are taking the trash to the trash room. It is maintenance staff taking it.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question regarding the setbacks. One is, look like in the plans that you shared, compared to what Emily shared earlier, some of the balconies, or maybe I don't have my glasses, I can't read it that small right now, but are some of the front units not the balconies are not 6 feet deep, is that correct?
So the only balconies that are not 6 feet are second balconies for units. So in other words,
I see.
every unit, the main balcony is 6 feet, and then some of them have a balcony off of the bedroom at the top, and we did not consider that to be technically part of the open space.
Okay. And the other question, this is for staff, is basement, like the garage space, allowed to be within the setback? When I look at the section, the garage portion jots out well beyond the balcony and into the setback. Is that allowed by zoning? Say 4.4, A 4.4?
As a PHZ project, it can be considered as one of the discretionary asks of the project.
So it's not currently asked, but you're saying it could be allowed.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the plan versus the section, like I can't tell whether the parking also extends into the planting and the planting area and the bio retention areas in the front or not. But yeah, just something to double check that if that's a discretion that they're asking for and if that is granted or not.
So just for clarification, this is a PHC, this is a customized zoning.
Mhm.
And so we are building this as we go. Normally, we would keep the basement, under the building, but that's not required again in a PHC. That's something that, we would ask the ARB to take a look at, give us some comments on that. We certainly do want to make sure there's room for perimeter landscaping, is probably what all of us would be thinking. And so, do you think there's sufficient space for perimeter landscaping or not?
We can take that up in our discussion.
I think so, but isn't there a biotreatment swale also over the garage? And is that right?
What I would say is that at this point in the development process, some of those details have been left. We acknowledge that they are there, but we know that they're solvable. So for instance, in the case of where the bioswale in the back and on the sides might encroach on the footprint of the parking garage or the ramps, we've checked that there's adequate clearance to bring the slab down past a certain point so that the function of the bioswale would not be affected.
Okay.
So the bioswales need not necessarily be connected to natural grade, as you probably know. They are just really meant to slow the water down, run it through soil filtration before releasing into the stormwater system.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not typically done on top of a slab.
No, and
be, you're right.
we will try to avoid that as much as possible, but the site was very constrained in that regard.
Is this section showing the garage extending into that rear setback just an anomaly for how the drawing is made, or is that really the design intent that you project into that setback?
I think the section reflects the plan dimensions, and so that should be accurate, yes.
Because it's an angled property line, and so there's going to be some stepping.
There will be some stepping, exactly. During the design development and construction document phases, we would typically illustrate all the unique conditions, but during the design phase, we typically pick just characteristic sections.
Of course.
And at this stage, it's primarily for vertical relationships of floor to floor.
We've been fairly focused on setbacks on your project, things like the balconies, and so it's a bit surprising to find a setback variation request that's not written in the public documentation. No one knows about that until just now, it seems. So I'm not sure where we'll go with that, but thank you. Any other questions of the applicant or staff? No? No? Okay, have a seat, please. So let's bring this back to the board for discussion. And who would like to go first? Board Member Hurt, go ahead.
First place, Emily, that's a very nice presentation on your part, and the applicant as well. We've gotten into the weeds with you on all the technical issues here. There are a few sort of more or less major kind of design issues that continue to sort of bother me. Some of them have been mentioned. Let's start with one is that sort of garbage pickup. The whole front area of the building is pretty under pressure for so many different things that it seems to be there's a conflict that could be reconsidered here. And that would be, and so maybe I would actually ask your comment on this possibility. The number of people who use the double elevator in the front would be more of a majority of the people in the building, would it not? Yeah. So, And normally when you bring your garbage to the compactor room, and the garbage the garbage system sort of happens at that location. It would be, I would think, either as Commissioner Chen mentioned, useful to have two locations or a more major location in the front of the building. And I wondered why, seeing how sort of complicated it gets in the ground floor on the front of the building, that you moved it instead to the northwest corner of the building. It might mean a somewhat of a change in the distribution of units at that point, but it might be something that would ease the issue of garbage significantly in the entire building, with the thought that you could possibly have a lift outside that takes the garbage, containers up to the street level. And you have much more space in that end of the building to put the garbage storage out towards the street and close to the garbage collection. So you'd have your major lay-by happening at that location rather than the opposite location, which seems to me to be filled with too much stuff, too many things happening. And I know this is a major kind of a change. Probably, I'm not suggesting any more major change in thinking about how the building works, but it seems to me that would be a major improvement as well. So I don't know how my fellow board members think about it, but this is the one item that sort of stuck with me as being unsolved at this point. You've already admitted that they cannot do a turn on the site. That was the first exploration. And you've demonstrated that pretty well. But if you accept the fact that there's a lay-by, then maybe it's better to have the lay-by at that end of the building and not conflict with the entry to the garage or the use of the sort of concentrated use of that end of the site. So I'm putting that out there, admitting that I'm almost sorry that it wasn't discussed at an earlier date for you to have studied that. So other than that, let's see. I mean, it's
David,
a major.
David,
Yes.
can you explain more? I'm trying to follow where you're talking about requesting and reconsidering the garbage location service.
Sure.
Can you explain a little more? I'm
Sure.
just having a hard time
Well,
following
of
it.
course, the entire garbage collection is in the cellar.
Yes, sort of at the center rear of the building.
Right. And
Yes,
I'm suggesting that it moves next below the corner unit on the northwest corner of the building.
Northwest corner.
So basically, if you're looking at floor plan one, you're trying to move it next to the bike room toward that switchgear fire pump?
No, northwest. The
The northwest is the farthest
north is
corner.
this way,
Yes.
right? So
Oh,
it's
so
here.
northwest. So you're saying underneath where
Next to
that
the
one bedroom
Yeah,
unit is?
underneath the area next to the store.
So if you're looking at the basement, sort of where that battery backup,
Yeah,
area
but not
is.
all the way, either that's a choice you make. The battery backup could be closer to the electrical room, let's say, or whatever. And so you would get it into an area where the landscape doesn't have any other function.
So to do that, then the bulb out, the pickup area would also be adjacent to this parking, so it's no longer next to the front door, right?
Mhm.
So wouldn't that affect the multi-use of the pickup area?
Would it affect the multi-use of the pickup area?
Well, the pickup area also serves for Uber drivers, FedEx trucks, et cetera.
Well, you could
Should-
still have a pickup that might not be as substantial, and you wouldn't keep have the storage of the garbage collection happening out that end of the building.
I mean, the garbage collection would still need to be then brought out even with that change. And now it would be instead of in a central location for all of the units, it would be at the far end of the building, right?
Garbage collection.
It doesn't eliminate the staging area.
Yeah, I guess the question would be, how do you get the garbage from the basement up and out? Are you,
There's a lift.
so you
there's a-
basically have the basement come out into this front
It's
setback
already
area and have a
out.
lift?
It's already out. We've been discussing how it's.
No,
out.
not in the front. They do not have the basement extending past the setback in the front, so.
Well, that's,
The basement extends into the front setback? Really?
Yeah, the rear for sure, but.
So I want to clarify that the garbage is currently being stored. They have chutes that go down from the upper levels. Then it's stored in the basement. And then someone from the property is going to have to manually bring it up the ramp, correct?
They do
So
shuttles.
someone from the building will bring it up the ramp to the staging area. The reason for the staging area is because that is, less than 25 feet from the curb, which is what the garbage company will handle. And so the lift, lifting the garbage out of the garage is a great idea, but it doesn't eliminate the need for a staging area or anything like that. So.
that's all correct. It's not look, it's not the most easy change, but it isn't something I wanted to bring up at an earlier date, earlier time in our discussion here, because we were simply going through questions. But it's one of those things that sort of stuck with me, that it seemed like there would be an easier way to do it. It often is the case. I'm a New Yorker, so we bring up garbage in that manner frequently from onto the street where there's even onto a sidewalk area where there's a kind of an alarm, and then the doors open and the elevator comes up and you take the garbage out. That's a very common practice in the New York area. And I don't know if I've seen it here, we don't have the urban intensity that New York has here, which is rather pleasant as well, but it does sort of, this is a possibility. And I'm just suggesting that it bothers me that there is so much stuff happening at that end of the site, on the site, relative to the front door. I think you could, if it were at that end of the building, you could screen it from the front door. You could actually, and I looked at this issue too, you could change your access to the retail a little better to make the retail more accessible to the building from the outside, from the main entry. There's just more room to play with at that end of the building.
Okay, David, I think you've,
Can I go on?
oh, absolutely. I just want to, on this
Yeah,
particular
that's-
issue, we
that's
should all,
enough.
everyone
Yeah.
should be sure to address this question. It's a big deal for the design, but I see merit in what David's saying. So let's all be sure we come to it. Let's
Okay,
not go
thanks.
any more for you, David. Go on
Okay.
with your comments now.
So, you've reacted to us regarding the scale of the front door and opened it up to a 2-story space. On the other hand, what you have on scale on the front of the building is a very nice entry with sort of the use of casual seating area next to the inside of the front door lobby. And there's a conflict, I think, aesthetically between the sort of immense scale of the front door now, the double height to it all, and that feeling of scale inside. So probably you could handle something like that with hanging lighting of some sort, but it might be better that you modulate the front door instead of as such a vertical element with some horizontals in it that bring the scale down. And I know it's not a direct sunlight issue since it's the north of the building, but still, just in terms of the scale feeling, I think you really need something that brings the scale down And we haven't talked that much about the aesthetics of this building because there's been so many things that frankly, I think you've solved very, very well. My second major concern is the access to the units in the back. Really, you don't want to have to go, if you come into the building and you want to go to your unit and there's a major number of units in the back of the building, you really want to go straight through the open space. And it's a very limited kind of passageway. It was mentioned that the back lobby isn't really a lobby at all. It's really just an elevator on a circulation corridor. I think that there's space back there by, if you move the garbage, of course, that makes a big difference because then you have a little more play in the back of the building to make that a more friendly elevator access, where you will have a certain number of people who will want to go directly to the garage, to their location of parking within the garage on that back elevator, and that you need more space there. It's not just an elevator off of a corridor. And you also need a proper through passageway from the front door to all of those rear units to be more generous with that space without having to sort of trip over the big table on the way in. I think there would be a way of relocating some of your furniture usage in the lobby. I really like the way you've moved the trees in the lobby area there to be able to get more direct sunlight. And I think you've made the center, you've really responded to our biggest request, which was to get more light into the center space, which is well done. Just again, I mentioned the retail from the front, relocating the garbage, scale of the front entry, passage to the rear of the building, rear elevator as a lobby. The only other element that sort of stuck out on is this kind of decorative panel, vertical panel that's on the front of the building. I think it's, it's kind of funny. You're having basically a large expression on the face of the building with the division between the kind of white areas and the recesses and the balconies. And I think that's really, really well done. But I find that the relationship to the detail of the glass vertical strip is kind of fussy and not exactly in the same character as the rest of the building. And I'm not sure how to solve it exactly, but I don't think it adds to the aesthetics of the front of your building. I know it's there to create privacy between units, but I don't feel comfortable with it as an element, that vertical element, especially with the detail of it, the way it's done. I think I'd rather see, frankly, a panel of glass that similar to the balcony facade glazing. And I'm sorry? I can't hear you.
Are you talking about the metal panel on the side
Yeah.
of the entry?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I just want to sort of reiterate what Commissioner Chen said. She's looking at that rear elevation in the storage and the distance that you have to go. And it seems to me that the majority of the people of this building are going to take the elevator in the front. Anybody who's going to be walking out and meeting anybody in the front of the building is going on the front elevator. The back elevator is only one of the three, so more people are coming in the front. That's the more logical area where you would bring your garbage to be collected. And I want to just comment that you have a store in the front. They will also have garbage, So if you redo that concept and bring it forward like that and study that, I think it's going to improve your building and your operation of your building significantly. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hirsch. Who would like to go next? I'm looking to my left, one of you two. Board Member Chen, you're on this evening.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think we can see lots of improvements compared to what they just present to us last time. And I think they're the applicant who listened to our suggestions, and I do appreciate this effort you put together. Well, for the trash collection, I agree it is a huge, it needs huge effort to solve the problem, especially along the busy road like this. So I understand, David, what you just mentioned, you want to have better location, like push the trash collection towards the front. But I also know, like for building design, we need to balance lots of things. So compared to having like the trash room or some kind of elevator thing facing along the street, I would prefer the units with the glasses, more openness that facing the glass, that facing the street, just as what they propose now. And also just based on our conversation from with the zero waste and green waste last week, I think their solution for the trash collection solves the problem and maybe one of the best solutions for the site planning. And although for the trash, I still would suggest that it will be better, it will be convenient for the tenants who will use the building to have another trash room located at the front area. Maybe somewhere next to the elevator lobby. It is more convenient. But again, I understand it may require additional staff to move the trash to the trash collection area. And also I know it's not code requirement, but it's just a suggestion to add a second trash room for all the units. And also for the courtyard, I think there are lots of improvements in this area, more natural light lighten up this courtyard, and also have the public facilities facing the courtyard is also an improvement, like the gym and clubhouse all facing the open space. For the back room, I would still suggest to have some windows, bring some natural light in this room. Maybe it's not the floor to ceiling window. It could be some clerestory windows, some high windows above, so that you will not only rely on the artificial lighting in this area. That's all my comments for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Chen. Board Member Adcock?
Just thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of follow-up comments on the trash. More than the location of the singular trash, I'm also concerned about how the hallway on this where the trash is very pinched. I'm just thinking about if I'm gonna live here and how do I get my couch into my unit? There's all of these bends in the hallways to try to get, from the elevator past the 4-foot something hallway at the trash area, and then another bend, like if I'm got a unit on the bottom left, if it's, so just on it, and then on a given day, I'm leaving my unit and I've got some trash to throw out on the way, then I'm going to the trash room, then I'll take elevator 2, I think, the one on the back, go down and then wrap around to the front. So just in terms of, convenience, the trash is one portion of it, and having the trash towards the front would also loosen that constraint right by elevator 2 and also make, daily lives a little bit more convenient, I think. So just food for thought. Regarding the setback question that we discussed earlier, I'm looking at 4.4 is where I see that the special setback is inboard of the basement parking boundary. On the other section, like on 4.1, it doesn't appear to be that way. I believe 4.1. Yeah, I'm trying to see which one's rotated which way. Yeah, property line rear. So, okay, so 4.0 is also front and back, and there the special setback seems to be right in line with the basement. But in 4.4, it comes out, just eyeball scaling is probably like 4 or 5 feet out. I'm actually more concerned about the back, given that there's all this bioretention planned, but then if you look at the basement plan on level, 2.0A, for instance, it goes right out to the property line. So there's 2 levels of basement where the first floor shows bioretention area all along the backside of the building. So regardless of, the zoning, I'm just concerned about how all of that is going to function on top of the garage.
In your experience, you think that's going to be a significant engineering and design challenge?
I mean, it's probably more of a structural challenge because to make that work, you would have to step down the basement or the first floor slab about at least 3 or 4 feet to get that retention area, get the planting soil. It's just, and it doesn't align with the first floor wall line. So how you monkey with that structure to make that all work seems like a pretty significant structural and cost challenge that it's not unsolvable for sure, but it is a significant challenge.
So we're going to be faced with the question of whether this should proceed forward with that kind of condition or whether we want to see it back to see these questions more thoroughly resolved.
Yeah.
And I agree, it's solvable. I agree they've set themselves up for a difficult situation. It's probably because they just haven't put that much effort into aligning the basement design.
Yeah, I mean, the courtyard too, for that to be a lush green area, it's not just planting tree pockets, it's that whole area needs to have
a dirt everywhere, really.
Yeah, so that's a lot of stepping of significant structure to make all of that work. And
it's food for us all to think about as we look at this carefully. Okay, continue.
That's all for right now. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Rosenberg.
Thank you for your presentation. In my mind, there's 2 major items. So first of all, I do appreciate the steps forward you've taken to push the design to the next level. I do think that aesthetically, we're not talking about it so much because it's good. I do have some concerns about the specific lattice pattern, but again, that's a design question that we should allow the applicant to have a lot of leeway over. So us dictating exactly what this pattern should be, I think is beyond what we should be reaching for. Do I have any major concerns about it? No. Is it my favorite? I'd like to echo Board Member Chen's comments about the bike storage room. I think that having a clear stair window in there could be really nice, and it's very sort of simple adjustment that we wouldn't need to see back per se as a major item. It's pretty minor in my mind. I also wanted to commend you on the thoughtfulness of having a move in and move out location. I think that's a very nice thing to have, and that a lot of conversations with large scale multi-residential units, buildings like this don't consider. And it's just as important to circulation as, maybe not as daily used as a trash pickup, but having a space for people to get in and out is extremely important. Now, I do want to also touch on what Board Member Adcock had mentioned, that getting some of those sofas down the hallways where you've got the zigzags may be problematic. So you've set yourself up for success with this basement loading and unloading space, but then you've pinched yourself back in with some of these zigzags in the hallway. So just, again, food for thought. Nothing that I can say is so problematic that it couldn't be moved forward. Now to the 2 major items. So one is the trash. I personally understand the concept of having this trash to the backside. It makes sense to me. Do I think that it's the nicest thing in the world for everyone to have to walk from all the way to the front to all the way to the back? No, but is it a deal breaker? No. A single unit collection is much more beneficial for the daily ins and outs and the maintenance of a building like this. So to me, this makes sense. I don't mind it in the back either. I actually would be more opposed to having it right next to your daily in and out space because I don't want people dragging their stinky garbage right next to the daily use. Like if I have a guest coming and some neighbors dragging their, smelly garbage from the kitchen that's a week old into that main lobby space, that would be a lot more problematic for me. So I actually appreciate that the garbage is in the backside where people kind of have to make a special trip and a special location for that garbage. My concern with the garbage is basically not upper level, it's really basement level. So getting the trash bins to the sidewalk, right? From the basement to the sidewalk. It seems that the intent is to drag them up the ramp. That to me feels like it might be problematic in terms of if you're doing multi-week, trash pickup, dragging those things up and down a ramp, A is heavy. And B is going to impede the traffic of the tenants going in and out of this building. And it could be for several minutes as these things are lugged up and down. So to speak on Board Member Hirsch's comment, I think that there is something to be explored in a corner of this unit where you could take the trash dumpsters, for lack of a better word, over to that northeast corner, not the northwest corner, the northeast corner, and then having some sort of platform lift maybe up. Again, this is hopefully minor adjustments, but up towards that switchgear fire pump area. And then it's a straight shot drag out to the sidewalk. Then you're not dragging it all the way up the ramp. You're definitely not dragging it through the building, and just sort of maneuvering through that basement garage to that switchgear fire pump corner, having a simple lift there for the trash. And again, just food for thought, and then being able to take it straight out to that sidewalk area. I commend you on your trash pick up to the exterior of the building because you guys are in a tight location. It's very difficult on San Antonio. I actually appreciate that you considered what your neighbors were doing because I think that having the same sort of pattern is going to be more useful for the trash collectors, right? They're going to be able to pull over, get their item, go to the next building, pull over, get their item. And having that rhythm and that pattern of how these trashes are collected between buildings, I think is actually really invaluable. So I sincerely appreciate your efforts in looking at what the neighbors are doing and trying to apply a similar method to your own project. That's it for me on the trash. So just some food for thought and maybe maneuvering the dumpsters to that first floor and out in a slightly more efficient manner than lugging it up a ramp. My last item is in regards to the basement being not under the building. And this is sort of a question for my fellow board members and for staff as to whether or not we're setting an unintended precedent for allowing this to move forward, being outside of the scope of the building. And again, it's not a question at this time. We'll have a discussion, just sort of putting that out there that I'd like to have a little bit more clarity on how this is going to work. Part of my concern is when we talk about a secant wall, those things can be 24 inches thick to the exterior perimeter of your 14-inch, 16-inch thick concrete basement walls. This is a very deep basement. These walls are going to be heavy duty. Just going 11 feet down in Palo Alto, we had a 24-inch thick secant wall and a 16-inch thick basement wall. So looking at this basement level plan on A2.0B, that bottom right portion, that pinch point, you're going to be beyond your property line with your secant wall. Right. So I would encourage you to really consider how thick those secant walls are going to be, how thick your basement walls are going to be, what that actual structure is intended to be, because this basement probably needs to be reworked. On that note, do we as the ARB need to see the basement plan if the circulation is not truly impacted? And that's a question for my fellow board members. Again, I don't have an answer for that at the moment. We don't look at the basement. It's underground, right? If you change it so that it's this angled wall instead of a stepped wall, I don't think that makes a significant difference in the Architectural Review Board's purview. However, circulation does. So this is where I'm hitting a point where I'm, concerned that this basement will need to be reworked to a pretty notable extent. And the question would be whether it's a condition of approval or that comes back to the board. So that's something that I'd like to leave up to some of my fellow board members to maybe comment on further. Because I do have concerns that this basement is just not under the building. And it might be setting a pretty intense precedent to allow that. And also that you might be running into some pretty intense structural issues by having these so close to property lines. So that's my comments for now. I'd love to hear what my fellow board members have to say as well.
Thank you. Thank you to the applicant for the good design. Thank you to staff for the good presentation. Thank you to my colleagues. These are excellent comments, certainly food for thought. Some questions ahead of us. I'd like to point out, however, just a design issue on the facade. If you all turn to sheet A 0.2, I remain disappointed that this building still has, it's essentially the perspective, the form of just a large box. That's because the facade, it's over 150 feet long, I believe, has just a continuous line at the top of it. And to me, that's just disappointing. I'd like to see more modulation in the building there. We'd asked for that in our comments earlier, and that's one thing they didn't really address. I point this out because if you look immediately to the right of this, the building at 788 San Antonio has done a lot of that. They did that at our request. And for some reason, we're just not pushing for it here. So that would be my choice to have that done. However, I understand that we're too far in the process to accomplish that now. But to my colleagues, take note of this because this is a failure on our part to get a better design of the building. The trash collection is important, but the elevation design is also important. With that, my opinion is that we should find a way to approve this building today. And I think we should do that by making a series of conditions of things that need to be considered. So when I think of Board Member Hirsch's comments about the trash pickup relating to Board Member Adcock's comments about the basement projecting under the setback, our concerns about the planters, the bioretention swell, all that needing foundation issues. When Board Member Rosenberg brings up the issues of the secant walls, which secant walls are a series of large concrete piers knocked together. Those are easily 2 feet in diameter to go 28 feet in the ground. They don't come out after the job is done. They're there forever. So you've got quite a bit of impact on this site. There's a lot of tricky engineering. I think it could come back to a subcommittee with the understanding that they're probably going to end up changing the circulation downstairs. If they take seriously what Board Member Hirsch says and reconsider the trash, which would be good to at least consider it. So I would be in favor of a condition of approval, having a subcommittee review the basement design in some detail, perhaps even twice as they put it together. But really, they deserve the green light to go ahead with this project to invest that kind of engineering in it. I think it's fair for us to say that upstairs, the decks just cannot project into setbacks. They've acknowledged that's their intention. We should just make sure that that's met. Staff would have to verify that, but even 6 inches, Emily, if they're not trying to do it, they shouldn't do it.
Can I just clarify that we're talking about the front special setback and not the side or rear setbacks where such projections are allowed by the underlying zoning?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking for consistency interpretation of the codes. And so that, to me, that's important. And we want to be sure we get that right. The same thing applies to open space. In my book, they're intending to meet the open space requirements. We want them to. Let's be sure they do, rather than give it a small exception just because they're getting a PHC approval. I think they just need to come up with the complete design for the courtyard planters, for the bioretention swales, for the structure of the secant walls and all of this. And so it should come back to a subcommittee to really look it over. I would like to see stronger conditions in the conditions of approval regarding the green wall in the courtyard. I think that those always take a lot of maintenance. And if we don't have a specific line item for how that's going to be done, it will end up just failing away. I think the rear hallway by the elevator where the trash collection is got too many bends in it. And I can see ways you could straighten that out, but it's really not functional right now. And that doesn't meet our finding number 4, but it's just too tight. Imagine an emergency ambulance trying to get down that hallway. I mean, a stretcher, EMTs carrying a stretcher. It's really tough to make them make those angled turns. It doesn't make sense that it's designed that way. It needs to be straightened out somehow. And again, it's a straightforward floor plan issue they can resolve as they go through their building permit stages, but I'd like to see that done. Yes.
This is at the rear near the elevator too. Is that what you're referencing?
Yes, so let me be clear then. If I'm looking at sheet A 2.1, on the right-hand side of the drawing, the elevator at what's the back center area of the building, there's an elevator and then a trash chute. And behind the trash chute is 3 vertical bins. Obviously, the plan was initially designed with the thing aligned and then the vertical storage chutes were pushing it out. because they didn't want to go back into the floor plan layouts. But the hallway has 1, 2, 3, 4 90-degree bends, and it should be straightened out. So I'd like to see that done and have it come back to a subcommittee. The biggest question mark in my mind is regarding the fact that the basement projects into the setbacks, which is not normally allowed, which can be allowed here as part of the PHZ zone approval. But this has not been noticed to the public or to anybody else whatsoever, as far as I can tell. And it just doesn't seem right that we would let it get this far without that being made publicly aware. Is that really the case? Is this the first time anybody's said that this is a code exception they're asking for? We have a list here of, somebody can help me, the list of requested exceptions to the zoning code, right? Where is that list?
Page 39.
Zoning comparison. Emily, in your presentation, you presented a list of exceptions to the zoning code that were requested, right?
Correct. Yes, this is not located in that list because it's, yeah, for example, in the single family house zoning district, like it is clear that basements cannot project beyond the footprint of the building, but the commercial and multifamily zones do not have that as a requirement.
So it would be allowed by code to go into the setback with the basement?
Yes, it's specifically the special setback that we think we may need to take a specific look at.
How it's treated.
Right.
I just want to clarify that what you said was we cannot, residential cannot have basement past their upper footprint.
Single family homes.
Single family
homes.
Mhm.
But in commercial can, but does commercial, for instance, garages can go beyond. But does that mean within the setback still, or I can go right up to my property line with my basement?
There isn't clear distinction in the code related to that. And
I
so
see.
we have just used the ARB findings to ensure that there's sufficient perimeter landscaping.
But from my understanding, let's assume they did have a 24-inch thick secant wall. That cannot go beyond the property line. So that entirety of the secant wall must remain within their property lines.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm reassured then. Thank you for that clarification. This is not something that's just a blanket code violation otherwise, but rather a delicate issue. So I'm comfortable having this come back to a subcommittee. Okay, so that's my comments on the building. My hope is that we can get a motion to approve this. In fact, why don't I go ahead? I'm going to move that we recommend approval of this project with the following conditions. And
Actually, before we go there, can I ask for a clarification? So
Sure,
in
please.
that comparison table where it says special setback 24 feet, proposed is 24 feet, 6-inch protrusion, which we said in the front, we don't want to, we want to stay within the boundary. Can we also have that clarification and for future projects too, that this only applies for above grade? Is that,
Yes, that's the
that would be a
intent.
clarification. Yeah, I just want to make sure that's clearly stated as well. Thank you.
Yes, understood.
so the first.
Can I
Sure, go ahead.
jump in here for a second? I mean, I'm just confused as to why we would allow penetration into the side and rear setback and not into the front setback as long as it's below grade. Are we making some determination that that's critical in the front of the building?
It is because this is a special setback. If it was the typical front setback, we would be looking at it, as we've said, for the rear and sides of this project where it is typically considered differently.
What makes it special if in the code?
So
distinction?
the special setbacks were created back in the 60s, we believe, to likely widen roads. back in the day when we
Ah.
thought that was a good idea. Now we don't think that's such a great idea, but since we have these special setbacks on major roads, it's potentially now that we could use them for new bikeways or something to that extent. So they're all across the city on major roads, and we're still exploring what to do with them, but they would definitely be for a public use of some sort.
So to take your example, would it be likely that you would need all of that setback for that to be effective? For a bikeway, for example, to be effective?
We just have no idea at this point.
Yeah.
So
Does that also apply to, say, public utilities? Being
Ah.
able to use that special setback area?
the special setback doesn't change how a property would be developed as far as utilities go. We still try and put, the major utilities in the public right of way.
Yeah.
So that doesn't change anything.
Okay. The reason I ask is because if the basement is allowed to be in the special setback, in the regular side and rear setback, then you cannot just run, any utility in that area. Is that the intent? Because we're constraining the setback for the building above grade, but not below grade. I just want to be clear that,
That's the issue.
if you can go right to the property line below grade for, there's standard reasons why setbacks exist, which we're allowing the basement to go right up to the property line minus, construction constraints. That basically means that setback does not really have any meaning.
If the original intent of the setback was to be the first step in expanding the width of the public right of way.
Which would be for the front, but not
which would
for
be
the
if
sides.
you're making the road wider over time, or maybe making bicycle trails, then you wouldn't want to see any construction in that. It would prohibit you from building a road there.
Right.
I think the city, this doesn't have a plan for using these setbacks
Right.
in a consistent way.
But the allowing construction within the setback on the side and the rear, that's not special setback, that's just regular setback, right? If I understand correctly.
So I want to be very clear that we are doing a PHC. This
Right.
is a customized zone. The setbacks can be whatever you want them to be to some degree. So, just, I wouldn't focus so much on what the commercial, the CS setbacks are. I mean, that's a starting point,
Mhm.
of course, but then we're doing a customized zone. And so based on the ARB findings, you can, recommend what you think is a proper setback.
And from my understanding, the whole point of these special setbacks is aesthetic based. From when they were first originally implemented, I've come across them before, and when we've had discussions on them and I've had to push against them, it really is more of an aesthetic item. It's not a PUE. It's not intended because it is on the people's property. So unless eminent domain comes in and they take over that property space, it's not like they can widen the road into that special setback. It really is just for the aesthetics of the property, from my limited experience having to deal with them. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. As Jody was saying, they typically keep the utilities and things like that in the public right away, and it wouldn't be going underneath the special setback in that regard.
Well, back in the 1960s, this was anticipated to become the San Antonio Expressway. And they would need the extra 24 feet on each side to make that happen. And that obviously happened up and down the peninsula, but not here.
Right,
It's probably not going to happen here,
right. Also, right.
but
But
far be it for us to make that decision.
I'd like to comment because I agree with Chair Bolte that it would be nice to see this project move forward, and all of us, I think, agree to that with the explorations that have been discussed here at the meeting.
Okay, so maybe I should finish the motion.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm trying to craft a motion that we recommend approval of this project with the following conditions. One condition that no projections are allowed above ground into special setbacks. Is that clear? Is that phrasing it the right way?
And if I can bother one of you to potentially put your screens up on the board so we can see what you're typing, can we do
Get
that?
this written down so we see these?
You guys have done that before and it's super helpful for me.
Yes,
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, Claire will get her screen up in a minute. But I do, even though I've said this is a customized zone, I do want to make sure we're staying out of the special setback. Because
Yeah.
that's what we've said for every other project.
Yeah, the intention is just at the front of the property where the 24-foot San
But
Antonio.
what I
special
heard you
setback.
saying was above ground only for the special setback, so.
That's right, above ground, not the basement level. That's allowed to go into the setback.
Not into a special setback.
Well, we didn't, below ground, I'm not going to put any restrictions on it. Setback,
I think we can discuss with Planning and Transportation Commission what they want to present, but we'll leave it to ARB to.
from the ARB perspective regarding the aesthetics of the building, we feel the balconies need to be within the front special setback. Whether the basement goes into that setback, I think will become a much more complicated question that I'm not sure we want to go into or
I
should.
agree. Agreed.
So first condition is that no projections into the special setbacks above grade are allowed. If we could get you, somebody to type that up.
I started to type out a couple of the others previously, so you can choose whether. Okay, sorry.
Okay, the second condition would be regarding open space, public and private open space to meet current zoning codes. Is that a fair way to put it, even though this is a PHC zone? Help us phrase this.
I think the code language we use is private and common rather than private and public.
Fine. Private and common open space.
And just be aware that for the base zoning, the CS zoning, it's just 150 square feet, period. There's no differentiation for how much private versus how much common is, so.
At least from
But it
my
doesn't-
perspective, colleagues, it's just to ensure that we're not giving a variance on this. We just want them to meet what would be normally required. And it's up to staff to determine how that's done, so.
I think it's fine as written if you want, I think it's fine.
I think that's good.
I would like to see a additional condition specifically addressing the green wall membrane in the court, the green wall feature in the courtyard regarding its maintenance. Okay, I'm looking at your bullet point, the hallway adjacent to elevator 2 be revised to provide viewer bends in the hallway. Shall we give them a minimum width adjacent to the elevator or something like that? How much specificity do we want to do? Otherwise, we're leaving it to our subcommittee.
Typically, it's at least 5 feet, so the 4'6" section plus the bends is what bothers me the most. But yeah, how that aligns to findings to say in terms of, what is it?
So
Is it functional? I think 5 feet is much more functional.
So let's, if we can, let's say the hallway adjacent to elevator 2 be revised to provide fewer bends in the hallway and functional space adjacent to the elevator and trash bin collection. Let's just use the word functional and leave it to our ad hoc committee to determine what that is.
Yeah.
I hate to give them, to tie their hands too much.
Yeah.
Adjacent to the elevator and trash storage, trash collection. Okay, then we're going to get into the tough ones here. I'd like to recommend that the elevator consider alternate locations for the trash collection and collection, transportation to the trash collection areas within the basement. The means by which trash is brought to the street, to the collection area, and then the location of that collection area. I don't want to give specifics on what they have to do, but rather that they consider our comments. And the ad hoc committee will look at that. Let's see. Consider alternate locations of the trash collection area, comma, means of bringing trash to the street staging area. staging area, comma, and a location of the street trash staging area.
Thank you. Yes,
Does that address what you were talking about, David?
yes, sure.
Everyone else, is this getting that point across?
I don't know if it's helpful, but I did want to clarify one item. There was a comment specifically from Vice Chair Rosenberg about how the trash would be brought up. I just want to clarify, it's not a person that would be bringing it up by hand. They're much too heavy, the carts, for doing that. So it wouldn't be some, long time period with somebody dragging it up. They have shuttles that would bring, that take the carts or bins, I think, and bring them up.
Perfect. And in their considerations, just a little more clarity is needed. That's it.
Okay, and then
Also, could please clarify the location of the trash staging area? What you mean by that?
well,
You want,
currently it's just to the left of the entry of the building.
yeah, the garage.
And
Uh,
was it you who had suggested it could be, David thought it could be far to the right at the northeast corner. And I heard one other comment about a possible location.
It's got to be in front.
So it has to be someplace along that frontage.
It has to be in front of the truck.
Has to be where the trucks can come, has to be within,
Specifically, it has to be within 25 feet of that
Curb.
frontage,
Yeah.
of the curb.
So you're talking more, the where the staging area is being proposed. I mean, I think the one concern that we would want to consider is, I think that they likely don't want the trash collection area to be right in front of units. So,
it's so complicated. There's
Yeah.
just so many issues at play with how you do this. All we're really doing is asking them to think about it once more. And then we'll have her go back to our ad hoc committee. I don't think we can tell them what to do. And I suspect I know that they've really thought about this a lot. We met with the trash folks last week. There's no easy answers. So we're just pointing out that it's not the perfect solution yet. And lastly is that we would like to have returned to subcommittee the foundation design, including considerations for planters and bioswales.
Yes,
And the secant wall.
And secant walls. So we want to see maybe not a final foundation design, but a schematic engineering plan of how all that's going to work together.
very, very critical. Yeah.
Can I add a friendly amendment?
Yes, let's just finish this stuff. Make it if you could write, Claire, please, a schematic foundation design. Just put the word schematic, so at the beginning of that, well, yeah, just, we don't want a fully engineered design necessarily, but a schematic plan.
Claire, I also think we should clarify that except for the condition of approval for the green wall maintenance, possibly, all of these items are intended to be considered by the subcommittee.
yes,
Yes,
that's what
that's
I
very
was going
much
to ask next is how I should be framing this at the beginning. Do you want me to put subcommittee and then take out this condition of approval and add it separately?
Why not just leave that for the subcommittee to look at as well?
Sure.
I have one other.
We'll get
Let's see if this
following
works.
conditions to be reviewed by,
Yeah. Added to ensure.
to be reviewed by the subcommittee, by an ad hoc committee, we call it.
I think my rationale for why it wouldn't be is it would lock that condition of approval to being a part of the subcommittee items, whereas it may make more sense organizationally to have it next to the rest of the landscape conditions.
Fair enough. So one should phrase it so that that's not going back to the ad hoc committee. That's just for staff to enforce. Okay, before I formalize this motion, Board Member Hirsch, you were.
Well,
going
yeah,
to
I
suggest something.
mentioned through passage through the open space as improvements to the passage from front to back. We're not including that. I think it's a condition. It's an important circulation
I didn't hear
condition.
anyone else pick up on that.
Well, I'm
You
bringing
wanna-
it up
does
again to
anybody
see
else
if,
share that concern that the
if other
circulation
people
of the
didn't agree with
building
that.
could be improved?
Can you clarify, like through the lobby into the garden?
Through the garden to the rear units, there are 30, 40% of the units are in the back of the building. Getting there to have to go circulate around the whole perimeter of the building seems to me to be a mistake. So I would just like to see that improved. I think it works actually well with the idea of improving the circulation in the back of the building as proposed.
You're implying that you would make some sort of a passageway through the
Well,
courtyard to the
it
back
just
there?
means shuffling what is there, what is presently there, and making sure the passage is clear to the back of the building.
But still through the garden.
Because there is a door here now in across the garden. So
There's a significant double door in the one end of it. There should be access.
I would make it a little bit broader in that the landscape design for the courtyard
Yeah,
to
fine.
be reviewed, whether it's to do with the plantings depth, like whether it's raised planter or on grade. How is the raised planter relative to the windows? There's so many questions relative to the further design of the courtyard, including the pathway through the courtyard to the back door. So I don't know how to kind of concisely phrase that, but that could be a subcommittee review of.
where is our landscape plan right now for that courtyard? Let's see how complete that really is.
It
You can say
is
what page is that?
It's way in the back.
L1.
on L1, yep. Which is no different than what we see in the overall architectural floor plans.
So we'd like to see a more comprehensive landscape plan for the courtyard.
I think so.
Okay, so could we put that in, Claire? I'm for that. Provide a more
There is a
comprehensive-
planting plan on sheet L9.
Okay, I'm looking at L1 and then so let's say provide a more comprehensive landscape plan for the courtyard, including provisions for planters,
Furnishings and
furnishings,
pathway. And pathway.
pathways
And what?
through the courtyard. Let's
Oh,
say
pathways.
furnishings and pathways through the courtyard. And did you want to put something about the windows adjacent to the apartments, or is that
I think that's part of the same.
part of it?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I move that we recommend approval of this project, subject to the following conditions.
Friendly amendment. Can
I
we
gotta get
also?
it seconded first.
Okay.
Do you want to tell me first what you're thinking?
You had a friendly,
The bike.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, one more thing. before we'd like to have, no, I think we should have, provide windows in the bicycle storage area. Let's just say clear story windows, so it's clear what we're talking about. Bicycle storage area. Okay, with that, my motion is made. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Chen. Okay, any discussions or amendments to this now? Okay, can we have a vote, please?
Board Member Adcock,
yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes,
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Balte,
Yes,
motion carries 5-0.
thank you. Everyone will take a 10-minute break and get back in session at 10:45.
Peter, before we do, can we sign the ad hoc now or should we do that
Oh,
later?
yes, the ad hoc is going to be board members, ad hoc members, ad hoc and Hirsch. Please,
Sounds good.
okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I am ad hoc. All right.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is a study session, ad hoc committee report, objective standards phase 2 for townhomes. Our ad hoc committee for this was board members Chen and Hirsch, and I'll give the floor to them to present their findings.
And if you guys would like, when you're ready, I'll share the presentation. Yeah.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Could you please share the slides?
Sure, of course.
So we still want to make clear that there are some numbers there, and with all those numbers are based on our research and site visits, but we would love to hear all the other board members' input on whether it is reasonable. And some of them are more like questions, and we don't have a good solutions yet, but that I think it's worth us to bring it up to everybody's attention. David, you want to start? Or?
Okay. Townhouse objective standard rating. Yeah, sorry. Turn it on, thanks. So could you read along with us, or how do you want to do that? I think you could read with us. They're all in front of us here.
How many of these standards like this do we have?
We have like 8 or 9. Some are just one single sentence.
Microphone.
Sorry. We have generally like 8 or 9 pages like this, but some of them are just single sentence instead of like several lines.
I think we should either read them or paraphrase them then. Let's just go through it.
Yeah, so this is corner end units. We kind of hoped that all would agree that the corner units are really more important than the individual units in between, and that they would have some special unique aspect to them. So they would kind of finish the ends of a project, you know, so they would look like it was a unified piece of work. So the minimum 4 covered entry patio wrapping around, lower element that may penetrate the height limitation of the RM 30, but does not exceed 50 feet in height, so that the corner unit might be higher in some respect than the ones in between. A projected bay window on the front and side elevations or both. Setback areas, different materials and colors from the major facade materials. Balcony extended a minimum of 4 feet from the face of the building and is 6 feet wide. Actually, now the balconies, does the 6-foot extension apply to single family or townhouse units is perhaps an open question here. But with these variations, we think that there'd be enough differentiation. You want to move on to the next, or do you want to comment on each?
Just a quick clarity question. This is the goal of this is to have 2 or more of the following elevation treatments.
Yes.
That's right. 2 or more.
Yeah, you don't need
Thank
to meet all of them, but just
No, right.
2.
Do you think we can run through all your suggestions in the
Sure.
next
We
15,
could do
20
that
minutes,
that
and then we
way.
can come back for
Yeah,
comments?
just keep going.
Let's keep going through them all then. Okay, so that's good, the first one.
2.
Give me 1 second. It's not, for some reason, it's not changing.
After each of these points that we bring up, we also have some examples like the photos to show what.
Oh, yes. Yeah, let's see if we could get to the photos. That's 1. Another. And another. Okay, so 2. You can see?
So for the number 2, it's more about the community circulation. So we found it is really sometimes tricky to have all the circulations work well. So this first one is really just a general requirement. The design of the townhome project must integrate the internal pedestrian, bike, and vehicle system with the surrounding areas to maintain connectivity and continuity. And if you switch to the
Yes, site plan. Yeah.
and then we go to some specific items like the tandem parking. Oh, excuse me.
It's okay.
So for the
So-
tandem parking, we we really like this site plan. We thought this is a good example to see what is a good percentage to allow the tandem parking. And we concluded that the maximum of 40% of the unit would be a reasonable requirement. So we counted like for the one that facing the street, that there are 7 units, and then 2 of them are tandem, which is
The blue.
the blue ones. And the current code requires a maximum of 20%, but we see the projects coming, some of them are over 50%. So we thought 40% could be a reasonable number. Could you please go to the next one?
Townhouse objective standard
No, this is the
recommendation.
first
Oh, that's
page.
going back.
Yeah, oh, okay. Could you, yeah, so
Sure.
for this one, this is in Arboreal, and we found out that a cul-de-sac arrangement of parking entrance between the clusters is permitted. We just want to add it. And then like, if you go to the next slide, you can see the whole community is kind of like all this shape, and then provide a very safe pedestrian walkways in between.
Right, and not only in between them, but also you notice between the 2 cul-de-sac
Oh, yeah.
units, there's a kind of a continuous pedestrian way or mall or whatever you want to describe it for all of these units as a general group of 2 tandem types that meet in a courtyard, in a linear courtyard.
Next
Okay.
one, please. Okay, so guest parking is also something we think is important, although we understand code is not required to provide guest parking, but functionally, we think it is important to provide on-site parking. So here is what we suggested. Guest parking either on or off-site shall provide for 20% of the total number of the units, and must include at least 1 space for the medium-sized truck for delivery vehicles or individual unit service repair vehicles, etc. Unless there is a convenient street parking on the immediate perimeter streets, all guest parking shall be within the project site boundaries. A minimum of 50% of the spaces must be located within the lay-by or parking stalls on the major streets of the projects. The remainder of the parking, unless allowed to park on the adjacent streets, shall be accommodated in the parking spaces no greater than 150 feet from the most remote unit. Could you please go to the next slide? So here is an example of, like you can see there are some lay-by
Areas on the main
along the lower street.
street.
The fallen leaf street, there are some pockets there, and also there are some pockets like the parking stalls spread equally along the side, like
Right, there's
just
parking
all
along.
all the corners.
Oops. Yeah. Everybody see that? Okay, moving on. So here is townhome, this guest parking spaces. You can see that this is a cul-de-sac scheme in which there are plenty of guest parking spaces up against a major street there on the outside, on the top of the page. So it solves this problem by having them in perpendicular parking on the major access to the whole project. Okay, next slide. Well, here again, it's the perimeter of the project throughout, all the way around, a one-way scheme, which, by the way, relative to the garbage collection, I don't know if
we have separate.
We have it coming up. Okay, keep going. All right, well, this is another one. You want to mention, Ying-Xi?
You can go ahead, yeah.
Okay, 3 building typologies. We think that if you have a site that is of a certain size, and in particular Arbor Real, which is one of the nicest ones in Palo Alto, recommend that you all visit it, has exactly that, multiple prototypes. This one would be one project which the board looked at in the past and would have the gray units on the perimeters there on the left and right would be one type. And the A and the B are two different types of housing prototypes. The has a center courtyard and it has a raised slab with a courtyard in the middle. And so the idea here is that this site would be big enough to demand, say, 3 different housing typologies. Aside from that, I think I guess we'll move on.
Yeah, and for the most current for the projects that we reviewed recently, we found out that a number of projects coming are less, the lot size are much less than what we're just looking at. This one is about like 2 acres, but a couple of them are like less than an acre or half acre to 2 acres. So that's why we thought, oh, maybe it's 3 different, what originally in the objective standards, we require 3 different prototypes. Maybe it's too challenge for the applicants. So we said maybe a minimum of 2 could be acceptable.
I think we talked about trees and streets later on as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on. The only one thing, just stay here for just 1 second. Go back. Could you just flip back for a second? Just this does require the unit A units would have parking below grade under the center courtyard. So that makes a significant difference in the construction of the unit, but construction of the whole project. But otherwise, it follows the same kind of a scheme of entry and exit of the roadway, like the one in Mountain View, which had the circulation around the perimeter. This one has it through the project, entire project itself, with the exception of the A units. Okay, proceed.
So next, we want to talk about the landscape and open space. We want it to provide like functional and useful space. We said all townhome projects must provide centrally located common green spaces or linear public pedestrian paths, such as paseo, equivalent to the minimum of 5% of the gross property area of the townhomes. Such areas must be exclusively for pedestrian use. Private unit entrance or required front yards do not count towards the requirement. And common open space shall be functional and useful community gathering place for rest and play. Minimum distance shall be 25 feet by 25 feet. The reason why we put it here is because we saw some projects that provide how they count the open spaces, they count the pedestrian walkways and put the chairs just along the walkway, but it's not the purpose of what we want to do it with the common space. So we put a minimum dimension for it so that there should be some functional space like people can use there. And the major private streets shall include at least 1 street tree for every 25 feet of linear feet.
So that's really the other objective standards that we have in the code right now for street facade, street treatments of trees, etc. Okay, next. So here's an example of this, right? The symmetrical treatment with the entries and the exits, it's,
the 2 common space.
and it's a larger project. So you see 3 different prototypes of housing as well here. And the street parking and the open spaces probably exceed the minimum that we proposed. Okay, moving on. And here's another center courtyard use. That's the one that we showed in plan as well. But this one is proportionally just so nicely balanced with open space. The distance between the units is about 40 feet from one face of building to
Yeah.
face of building in the middle. So there's plenty of space for the amount of open space, common open space that we, okay, moving on. Here, you want to talk? Yeah,
Yeah, so here is more like it's kind of wider pedestrians walkway, but with carefully planned landscape between the buildings. But we understand the width could be related to the building, the height of the building.
so however, we don't know exactly how this is arranged as to whether or not those are private gardens or some of it is public and some of it is private. You know, when you get closer to the building, probably then it gets to be private. So there's some way in which they've done this. We didn't actually go to this project, but it's a really wonderful, pleasant way to go, full of light in light buildings and nice use of color. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, this is another centrally located common space, which include like different functions, children's play area, and also like the barbecue, all kinds of activities.
Okay, next one.
one, please.
This one is Alma Court. And so that you can see the landscaping, which hides the mechanical street electrical service.
Yeah, and for this one, we can notice like they have like the accent pavings for the pedestrian safety. So that is also something that we think it should be encouraged. Next one, please.
Next slide. So this is a description more of the privacy areas adjacent to the front door of every project, and or well, that's basically what it is. And so it would be of a certain size and landscaped in a certain way. So now go on to the slides. So this isn't a great example because the people aren't really working on it enough, but it's a potential area for them to reserve for them to landscape the front of the, and also you'll note that it's interesting in that it is 2 stories here towards the street, probably smaller units in general. And a stoop type entry. Next one. Better landscape, higher quality units from this exact same arbor real. These are kind of separate individual townhouses within the framework of the open space, et cetera. And there's quite a series of these in the site plan we noted. And this is the tighter one in Alma Court, where you actually saw just saw the parking street, and here is the entry. The entries are tight, but everybody's landscaped them just like this. You know, quite exciting the way they've made it in an individual place out of each of their entries. Next one. Well, this is one of our favorites, you know, the way it's laid out, the number of units, the parking capability, the central use, the street facade versus the interior courtyard facade.
Yeah, so for this one, we specifically want to say like what is the appropriate distance between the 2 end units. So we've based on the site measurements and all those functions we need to fit in, we felt 15 feet minimum between the 2 end units is the appropriate number.
So that's the access that you get between clusters, you know, between the cluster itself.
So, and just to clarify,
Yeah,
you're talking about that distance?
That's the one, yeah.
That distance like there to there?
Right.
Yeah, and
So-
also you see number 12 and number
And here.
13. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, and there.
Mhm.
Understood. Thank you.
So you think about those in terms of what could be there, could be the mailboxes, could be the, what else? bicycle storage, but they should be landscaped. So you have 5 feet, 5 feet, and 5 feet.
Yeah,
5 feet passage and 5 feet of
landscape on each
flex
side.
space. But specifically, you would also have the possibility or the use of the end unit for electrical closets, et cetera, utility closets that are common to all of the cluster itself. Okay. Rhythm and pattern, the maximum length of any linear grouping of townhouses. So we sort of figured an average somehow, we came up with 150 feet. And not including entry elements or bay windows. It's important to differentiate those from the total end. So the end could extend on an upper level, let's say with projecting bay window or sometimes even an entry.
Yeah, and the 150 feet is, we assume there would be like 7 units for a cluster, and they all have 2 car garages. That is like 20 feet for clearance and plus wall thickness and plus the electric room on each side. So we thought 150 feet would be a good number, reasonable number.
So it shouldn't exceed that either, because as soon as you start exceeding that number, it really gets unwieldy, too long to go around from one side to the other, you know. So no more than 3 attached townhouses within a cluster of 5 or 4 in a cluster of 6 units can repeat the same elevation. So we're saying that there has to be this variation in elevational treatment, which actually we said we were referring back to the, somewhere here, we refer back to the end, the details of the end unit as methods of individualizing each of the units in groupings.
Mhm. Next one, please.
Well, we think it's fairly important here to show images because it clearly defines what we're trying to point out. So if this slideshow is used elsewhere, I think it carries itself.
Yeah, this is 5 units. Yeah, so that's
So-
this one.
You know, we wanted to kind of show excellence here. And certainly this is a wonderful project here in Menlo Park. Okay, so
So materiality, so we
Yeah.
think, yeah, so the base building color treatment must include at least 2 colors and 2 basic materials. If the face of the window trim elements and other facade defining trimming are 4 inches or larger, then the trim can be considered the second color if the trim is used on 70% of all windows. Otherwise, the second color shall be used on the significant element of the facade, such as a bay window or large form defining area, a minimum of 8 feet by 8 feet. An exception to this regulation allows a single color of each unit if the adjacent units has different colors. A maximum of 6 different colors are allowed. So for this one, we regulate like at least 2 colors and 2 basic materials. So we don't want it to be just 2 plain, like 1 single color or just one materials. And we also don't want it to be too much. So we also say a maximum of 6 different colors.
great. I think there's illustration. Next one, next slide. Well, this is the use of the white is the trim is the variation here from the shingle look. Next, and this is Alma Court again, and this is the stucco where each of the buildings has a kind of a single or double color, and the stucco actually has a material if it is used here is well used, you know, to create variation.
Can I just ask a quick question on this one? So that project before was all stucco. So in your objective standard, it was 2 materials and 2 colors. So does that meet the standard that you're describing?
Yeah.
So 2 colors or 2 materials, not 2 colors and 2 materials.
Or if different units are completely different, each one can be one color. That's what this is doing.
Correct. So I'm just asking, like, is it all being one material, does that meet the standard? Because in the text, he said 2 colors and 2 materials.
Let's come to that as we discuss the whole thing. Keep
Yeah,
going
we
with,
can come to
let's
that.
get through all of this first.
Let's go all the way through. There's probably some areas where you'll find inconsistencies here. And we're looking for your input on that. Okay, so here there's certainly 2 different kinds of different materials together, but different shapes as well. So, okay, next one. Townhomes objective standard, the services. So we mentioned this before, but the 15-foot space between buildings. So mailboxes, trash enclosures shall be equally distributed between the clusters and shall be located no greater than 150 feet. So apropos of what we heard last week, in fact, there's the area, sort of the bump out in the right-hand corner of actually the recess there is the garbage collection. And on the opposite side in the middle where you see the pedestrian crossway, there's a second one. So you imagine the garbage truck can make the complete loop of these buildings. And one of the reasons we like this so much is that fact that it seems to solve almost every problem quite well.
Yeah, so that's the mailboxes. It seems like it's almost like one mailbox close to each of the building.
In those spaces in between. Also, some just, well, I don't have to mention it, but, electrical service area for vehicles is part of this project as well. Okay, next one.
Okay, so I think those are the 8 categories that we are thinking about that could have some more refinements of the standards, but we do have a question about what is the definition of the townhome. So we saw some projects in town like what is it called?
This one,
Oak Court.
Court.
And also the community next to the JCC. Which has the podium type construction with the parking space down below. So it's a shared parking. So we want to know whether it also counts as townhomes.
It's a completely different kind of prototype in this respect. And of course, it's certainly more costly to build it that way.
Yeah.
And that's why everybody is using townhomes on grade these days and not providing podium parking. So it's an open question.
Yeah.
What is it? How is it?
Thought on that is, the older townhomes, like say what you see in Washington, DC or New York, they don't have garages, right? So whether the garage is below, adjacent, or within the unit, I don't think it defines townhouse, right? So it could be a podium, it can be street parking only, it can be, depending on variety of reasons. I don't think the garage in any way defines townhome.
Let's get through the
Okay.
presentation and then we're going to come back to this as
Yeah,
the first.
sure.
thing.
Keep going.
And this is the last piece. This is the last page. Yeah. Do you want to talk about it?
Well, sort of trying to figure out exactly how one can get to the point of requiring some kind of common open space, either if it's a paseo that's been properly fitted out with all kinds of different things in it, or is it a central courtyard like we've been showing you, It would be nice if there were some way to require it. And it seemed to me that that it would be better if we limited the number of units or the length of a cluster or the amount of, well, anyhow, if it was a limited number of units and we said, but you could get extra units if you had common space, versus this is required, versus the insistence on requiring it. So that was one thought that we discussed, or we thought, is there a point system? But then what is the reward for a point system of doing, good, nice open space in properly landscaped areas? So I'm not going to say what my preference is here because it's an open question.
No,
But
yeah, we are not sure whether, we also want to hear the feedback from the staff, whether you think it is something that feasible, and because we saw the intent is, well, state allows unlimited concessions for all this kind of projects. So our intent is to limit the number of concessions we request. So we are not sure whether it is reasonable or allowed to introduce like a point system. When they get enough points, then it's
approvable.
Yeah.
So that's an open question. So this is our last one, and I think it indicates that we've tried to look at pretty much everything, but we're looking for your feedback.
Okay, I am super impressed. This is very, very good work. You've really done a great job answering the questions, I feel, at least. I'd like to propose we move forward as follows. Let's go through this with comments. If I could press on our ad hoc committee to keep notes of the comments, our objective being to produce a final document similar to this, but that incorporates what we say. I'd like to then, the staff, be able to turn this over to you with the unanimous support of the ARB, recommending that the director process this in a form that can put it in front of council as ordinance. Are we all agreed that that's sort of our objective? Complete this document with one round of comments, and then to make a strong recommendation to the staff that this is what we think they should do. There's no guarantee they do anything, but we've made a very clear statement, and I think we're very close on this. So with that, I suggest we start with the definition of a townhouse, because that seems pretty critical. And Board Member Adcock, you were working on this, so why don't you take the lead? How do we define a townhouse?
And I mean, as the typology, it is, connected houses, right? It's been around for quite a long time in the country. In this area, they're newer, I would say. But yeah, like townhomes that some of my family live in like Washington, D.C., they don't have a garage. It's historic settings and all. So I think the parking, where it's located and all of that is more of, the parking requirement for the site is what defines how many and where, or how many at least. Where is, subject to the project. But any stacked housing with shared wall, and that is basically a townhome, right?
Yeah, I'd like to jump on that. It seems to be that any stacked housing of 2 to 3 stories with continuous party shared walls and individual entrances. I think that that's another key component to the townhome is that you really have your own ingress and egress from your unit, and it operates very fully functionally sort of as a solo unit, as opposed to having a common corridor, right?
Yes. And would we add to that, typically townhomes have some amount of their own private outdoor space, whether it's a balcony or a patio or something. Now that's where there's a wrinkle. Is that required in a definition of townhome? Or again, it's the, certain amount of private open space required.
Right. And David, I want to let you talk, but this is actually, they've shown some really interesting examples where the back doesn't have a private garage or a private patio because it is a garage
Right.
versus what we historically see in New York, DC. They typically have, no garage, so their backyard is a
A little
backyard to some
patio, yeah.
extent.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's a really good question, whether or not we should require that there is a backyard private element versus just allowing it to be common space. And I would put that back to David and Yingxi and hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, actually, that's part of the reason why we want to clarify what's the definition, what's the townhome, because for the JCC one, they do have the backyard, but the reason why they can do that is because they have all the parkings down below.
Right. But balconies can also.
They have a backyard that is more limited than probably the code would allow here. I think it's probably less than 20 feet of backyard. So it wouldn't be a regular R zone.
Right. And I don't think yard is the right term for it. It's a private open space.
Private open
Whether
space,
it
yeah.
is above grade, like in a balcony, or on grade as a little patio. And some of the projects we've seen come through have one or the other. And I think, at least personally, I feel like it's important for that distinction of a townhome versus any condo or apartment, is that you have a private space of your own. Because the rest, everything else, I used to live in a townhome too, not that long ago, where everything outside of your boundary is common space and is commonly maintained. But whether it's your terrace or the little patio, as the case may be, is your own and yours to maintain. So you have some amount of outdoor space that's your own.
I too lived in a brownstone in Brooklyn, for quite a few years. So we had a whole backyard. And we also had a stoop in the front, which becomes kind of, in some sense, kind of community space, but because neighbors meet on their stoops.
I'm not sure I think that a required outdoor space, though, is a requisite definition of a townhome.
Right, it's a
To me,
gray
I
zone.
think it's
to
better
me.
just to have that as one of our requirements for
Right.
townhomes.
Mhm.
And I just made a list of 4 things that I see are the criteria that make a townhome a distinct building typology. One of them is that they're exclusively residential.
Mhm.
The second one is that they're vertically stacked building types with a minimum of 2 stories. I don't think you should limit it to 3 on the upper end, but it's at least 2. I could have conceived of a 4-story townhome.
Also, you probably don't have 5-story townhomes, because then you don't want people having a stacked townhome. Does that make sense?
Could we
In
define
dense
it?
urban areas, you might.
Well, it does, then you don't have a private street entrance, right? So I would say it can be, instead of limiting number of stories, it's basically that the entire vertical unit is individually owned.
Yeah, so it's a stacked unit that's all one unit,
Yeah.
single stacked unit.
Yeah.
It's a big issue relative to the car. If the car is taking up the whole first floor, that limits the number of units that you really can have. And we've been finding, of course, that people try to create another room down there in that first floor, even when the cars are behind it, becomes a kind of another space. One situation was a relative lives in that room and comes upstairs to have meals, etc. And then it creates kind of a stoop-like situation too, the possibility. I lived in a house with a stoop so that you went above the stoop to get to our 3 floors. And there was a full floor on the ground floor, no cars. Cars were on the street.
Well, I'm persuaded that parking really isn't part of the definition.
Right.
That's not the question.
That's not the question.
No, parking is not defined, part of the definition of a townhome. There's all kinds
okay.
of townhomes with various parking.
Parking not defined.
zones. The third item to me is that you have to have at least 2 walls that are exterior. 2 of the building walls need to face open air, not adjacent buildings, at a minimum. Front and back, basically, yeah.
One of the, I guess it can be front and back or 2 sides, right? Like, for instance, one of the cul-de-sac examples where it turned the corner and then it was 2 sides were shared, and then but it was a corner unit.
Yeah, I could see a corner unit having the two outside facing parts of the corner. But I think that's geometrically, that's an important distinction. Otherwise you have an apartment building.
Right. So I would say like a minimum of 2 exterior walls. It doesn't have to be front and back.
No,
but it
just
can
a
be
minimum of 2.
Mhm. Yeah.
And the fourth criteria to me is that it has its own private entrance,
Yes.
what Board Member Rosenberg said.
Yeah.
I think if you just make it a building typology meeting these features, that's a definition of a townhome.
Mhm.
That should be included right at the beginning of this whole thing.
Good. I think that's great.
Let's come back to the idea of a point system or how we enforce it last. Maybe go to the top of your list
Yes.
and work our way through this. Let's only question parts we have questions about. So can you guys, Claire, could you bring this to the top of our list, please?
Yes,
This
of
is the
course.
top.
This is it, okay. So does anyone have any questions or comments on this first?
Oh, wait, I thought you were talking about the point system.
No, that's
We're just
last
keeping
thing.
that in mind as we go through.
Oh, okay, I see. Sorry, 2. Is that what you want to do, the second one?
The first one, the first one.
Oh, first one, okay, I'm sorry.
There.
So I think item C, the 50-foot limit of height is fine with us, but the planning department may have issues with that. If it's in a 35-foot residential zone, then we don't want to be writing the code separate from that, but we can leave it here as far as I'm concerned from an aesthetic point of view.
Mhm.
Maybe it's right to change it. Maybe that's too much. Huh?
Yeah, and then my second question is on item F, the balcony. Do we already have objective standards defining balconies? We don't want to make duplicative standards. So I would just put that as a question to you that,
Yeah, I think we have a 6-foot, like, circle is the way I want to say it's defined. I'd have to go back to the objective standards, but I believe that's what it
so
was.
remember, we're trying to augment the current standards. If there is a standard for balconies, we would just want to refer to that.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 changes I see to this. Anybody else on section 1?
So for F, do you want us to get rid of it or
Sorry, I
just
can't hear you.
eliminate
Can we-
the dimension of it? Oh.
I want you to verify what's in the current standards and
Uh-huh.
ideally reference that unless there is no standard for balconies.
Okay.
No
Well,
problem.
to their point, I
It's the
do
end.
see you could have a balcony that doesn't necessarily meet the private open space, but still provide some sort of facade modification. Because you might not have 6 feet to work with at an end unit potentially, so.
I would also like to
Yeah.
call out, in the packet that David handed out, there's the B6 second floor balcony limitations, but it does not seem to specify size of the balcony.
This is separate. This is David's SB9 presentation later about R1 stuff.
I thought this was related back
No,
to this.
No,
Okay.
Close this
Never mind.
paper away.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
that's separate.
Thought that was related back to this and that we had the 1-for-1. Okay. So yeah, then just
So to
whatever the balcony
board
is.
members Chen and Hurst, and your intent here is that the balcony is a modulation element on the design rather than open space?
Right, and these are the features that we want to see at the end or corner units. That's like 2 from the list.
Okay, so maybe it's just important to clarify that this is in addition to open space requirements in the objective standards.
So, A, where it says 4-foot minimum covered entry patio, isn't the minimum covered entry patio 5 feet? Or am I not remembering that right?
You know, just to comment on the open space requirements, the open spaces generally are not defined from usage point of view at all, right? They're just a requirement of setbacks and distance between buildings, but nothing to do with uses.
No, there's private, what is the requirement for private open space, Claire?
In terms of what's the definition, or what do you mean?
The current objective standards for residential development require open space, private and common. Private open space is defined as being outdoor space of a certain dimension, right? Like a balcony.
Yes, I believe it has to have a 6-foot circle.
So
to be
that's the
counted.
objective standard, is the 6 feet. The size is contained in the regular zoning code. If it's RM 30 or whatever it's zoned, so it's different for each zoning district.
So for a townhouse project coming in for objective approval, what standard would apply to their balconies right now?
I mean, if we're gonna call it RM 30, because it's just easy to do that.
I guess before she speaks to RM 30, I would also note that in the CS and other zone districts like ROLM, where we do allow townhome style designs, there is no private versus common. It's just a common, it just has to have 150 square feet per unit. So some of the designs, for example, the Summerhill Homes design chose to provide more of that as common open space to provide a bigger common open space and less in their private, which there is a code provision that actually allows for that with Architecture Review Board approval.
Yep. So 150 square feet is generally the standard for most districts. As Claire was talking about commercial, in the multifamily districts, there is a minimum for private and common. Private has to be 50 square feet minimum.
50 square feet, okay.
Yeah.
So I think this particular requirement is regarding end units, right? And it's a decorative thing.
Mhm.
So I suggest we leave F just with an additional comma saying this is in addition to other open space requirements that may apply. Because this is really just intended to increase modulation. Is that okay? Shall we go to the,
Microphone. So, Chair, you're speaking about item F.
well, I
the-
got confused. She was talking about item A, and that's what we're really discussing right now.
If for item A, is there a minimum entry patio depth? I thought it was 5 feet for townhomes.
A minimum entry depth.
And
In the
porch
objective
patio.
standards, there's a couple different versions of entries that could be used.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it depended on the type of entry, whether it's a stoop entry, porch entry and stuff. There were different requirements depending on what you were doing, is my
To our
recollection.
committee, have you two looked at the current objective standard for entries to see how that would apply to townhomes?
No, we didn't.
This is intended again just for corner units, or is this 4-foot deep entry patio?
Really, the thought would be that it could be used for every unit because we refer back to it in the text.
So maybe on corner units, it's not applicable.
Well, it is applicable in some cases. The one in Menlo Park was an entry patio, the one that's shingled with white trim.
But if all entry patios have to be at least 5 feet, then everybody meets point A regardless of whether it's a corner unit.
Jody?
So there are stoops defined in objective standards. It says the stoop should be used for a maximum of 2 units and that the entry landing shall be a minimum of 5 feet in depth.
Okay, so we'd have to change ours to 5 feet then.
Well, we may want to have a standard regarding entries of townhomes separate from that. That was one thing we found a couple of applicants had issues with the
Yeah,
size of it.
Right.
we may want it less, actually.
It may want to
because-
be less.
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
intention in the definition she just read was for like row houses.
Mhm. No, just in terms of observation, not looking at other objective standards, we noted that in some cases they used an air conditioning machine within the stoop area, and that really was about 4 feet in dimension. And 4 feet is reasonable, like for a bicycle storage or whatever you want to store next to your front door. So 5 feet may be excessive for townhomes.
Okay, but this, again, we're trying to discuss corners here.
Mhm.
Perhaps,
I'm inclined if I can put this argument out there, I'm inclined to say that most of them should remain at the 5 feet. I think it's consistent with objective standards. I think that you do kind of need that space, especially on those central units. I think that the corner units could be reduced to 4 feet because it's a slightly different condition and that they have the capacity to potentially wrap around the corner. So by allowing a little bit more leeway on these corner units, they might actually get more of an interest around that corner instead of having to maintain 5 feet around the corner, getting just that little bit of relief, making it 4 feet might actually enhance what they can
so
do with
maybe
these
it should be
corners.
4 feet on each side of the corner then.
Right.
In lieu of having it be 5 feet wide standard, it's 4 feet on each side.
I'm
So
about
that-
to
is
think
that-
it should be a choice to wrap the boundary around, right? Like it
This
should.
is, they have to pick 1 out of 6 here. 2 out
Two
of
out of
6.
six. Okay, so they can just choose not to do that one.
Right.
Okay, fair enough.
Does that make sense? Remember, Jen, if you just try to define the wrapping a little bit more? Item A
Yeah.
is intended to wrap the corner, so
Yeah.
how do you do that?
So I think it's just rewording to say minimum 4 feet deep, a wraparound entry patio, a wraparound entry or other patio, kind of some way to reword it so that it only applies if 4 feet is only if you wrap it around.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, let's go to the second one.
My note on this one is just says, it's very vague. I don't quite understand what you're getting at.
Yeah, it's not objective. I don't know how you
Yeah.
can enforce this.
What we were kind of thinking of was the one that we discussed in the committee here on Bay Shore, right? And it was a connection to the bike paths and at the rear, and they were really rather important. Different change in them, and so we thought that at least you have to be aware of the relationship.
Can I take a pass at potentially altering the wording of this a little bit? It's maybe that all pedestrian vehicular circulation needs to connect every single unit, right? Like you can't have the bike path stop at the front and then the last 10 units have no access to the bike path. Is that sort of the goal?
Yeah, that is the
Okay,
goal.
so it's every unit has to be connected to the pedestrian path with sort of an immediate vicinity.
And the pedestrian path next needs to connect outboard of the whole townhouse development. If there's a bike path nearby, you need to have some linkage to that, or at least a pathway, a way to get to it.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're driving towards here. But I don't know,
Yeah.
how do you
Look at that.
make it objective?
My understanding was different. I thought you were talking about that street, pedestrian, bike or vehicular. Every unit is connected to the public streets. Is that?
Well,
See, and I thought it was every unit's connected to its internal, but that
Right.
internal needs to be connected to the external. So that was my understanding of it.
Okay.
So let's make sure we clarify that point a little bit.
I guess I'm trying to envision a scenario where you wouldn't have a pedestrian path that connects the townhome.
I feel like there were somewhere that we've seen where there was a walking path, but then like the bike path just sort of ran across the front and that was it, right? So that's sort of a question as to whether the bike path actually needs to go through the townhouse area or whether it can just sort of run along the sidewalk at the front and call it a day. And I think that just needs to be thought about and clarified what the intent is, whether or not that bike path should go all the way to those back units or whether the bike path across the front is acceptable sort of as a pass across.
I mean, I guess I would also wonder if, depending on the size, you know,
Sorry, Board Member Adcock, when there's too many microphones on, they won't all turn on. So when people aren't using their microphones, they better turn them off because otherwise it blocks people out.
There you go. Thank you, David. My question is that part of are you talking about public bike path or private bike path? Right? So if it's public, then it's just part of the public street. You cannot make the townhouse development take additional bike path other than pedestrian vehicular through.
But if they create a private bike path, then it would be equitable to have it all the way through.
Exactly. And the question is, are we requiring that a townhouse development have a bike path that goes through? Like, is that separate from a walking path? Is it just the 3-foot wide walking path and people just sort of need to jump into bushes? Right. And I think that there's just more clarity needed. I don't have the answers. I'm just
What's with jumping in the bushes?
Just, you know, have you ever been walking down the street and some bike is coming up on you fast? They ring their bell and you have to
Yes,
dive
now
into
I
the
get it,
bush,
yeah,
right?
now I get it.
To let them pass you with their.
Well, I think this is
speed,
coming
so.
out of the Bayshore project where Board Member Hirsch is referring to our strong request that it integrate more with the park. In that case,
I
the
guess
project
that's what
had a
I was
park on two
envisioning
sides,
too. Yeah.
and there was initially zero connection, and we
Yeah.
succeeded, at least at that level, getting better connection.
So just a couple thoughts, because that's what I was originally thinking you were kind of envisioning. And I will say on that project, there were significant discussions around that before it came to the ARB. And it was very complex because it was also a question of like, how much do you connect it? How much do you have privacy? You know, and I think that our community services division wasn't sure how much connection they wanted and how much it would prohibit them from doing things in the future or create problems for them as they redesigned pieces of the park too. So just be aware of that, you know, there was a lot of thought put into that project. And I didn't finish out that project. I know one of my colleagues took it on. But I think in the end, I did provide some improved connection in that. But I would also note that as we started talking, I was also kind of envisioning smaller townhome designs where the bike connection really goes into these garages. And so they come off into pretty low vehicular use, cul-de-sac style design, and they go directly to their garages if they want to park their bike. And so I don't know that having a completely separate bike path for those really makes sense.
Yeah, I have no idea. That's just, I think that a little clarity is what we're looking for.
I think that, you know, we're focused on when there was a perimeter system of some sort, you ought to connect to it. And so it seemed logical to state it, that if there is one, then connect to it. If the
So more
wording is
about
wrong,
connecting to the like a public bike path or publicly
Public and-
accessible bike path.
yeah, or other private bike paths that
Yeah.
lead to public bike paths, you know?
I'm okay just leaving this like it is, as a comment to designers.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to
Yeah.
enforce as an
Mhm.
objective standard, but
Yeah,
for now, why not just leave it in?
yeah, seems reasonable.
It's hard to argue with this.
No, agreed. I wouldn't take it out. I just would ask for a little clarity to say must integrate and connect to neighboring pedestrian pathing or something along those lines where it's very clear that you can't drop the ball if the bike path can't end at this property. It's got to continue through. So I
Okay.
think that's what I would, that's how I would try and tweak this a little bit, but I think it's absolutely a great point. I just want to make sure that it's super clear.
Can you take one more pass at the wording of this as you look at this? Just make sure it's super clear per her comments. Yeah, just say yes.
So in the end,
Okay, let's go to number 3.
yeah,
I do believe there's more on 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
tandem parking. Are you sure 40% is not too low still?
I like it.
My question is, so 20% is allowed and people can ask for waivers to get to just about any number, right? So what are we accomplishing by going from 20 to 40?
Are those waivers if you do low-income housing as well?
No, it's any waiver if you're doing state density bonus
Density
projects.
bonus, yeah, but if you're not doing a density bonus project,
If you're not doing a density bonus project, then you wouldn't be asking for waivers, but you'd either be meeting the code or you would be doing a PHC.
Yeah.
So I suppose for the few projects that might not be going for density bonus, then bumping to 40 would give them a little bit more. I don't think it needs to be more than 40.
No.
Basically what happens with tandem garages is there's one car and a whole bunch of storage behind it.
Agreed.
Okay, I'll take 40% then, sure. Next item.
So the cul-de-sac arrangement, everyone's okay with? I guess my question was, it's not currently allowed and you guys are looking to make sure that it is allowed? Is that the correct
It's
understanding of this
currently allowed,
comment?
isn't it?
No, I don't think there is code language to say whether it's allowed or not allowed, but
I mean, I don't think there's anything that prohibits a cul-de-sac design right now. Is it more about the end unit? Because I mean, most of the designs coming forward are for townhomes, have a cul-de-sac design to them a lot of times without an end unit
Right.
piece, so.
This end unit based, how does this compare to the maximum 7 units in a row? Because you're continuing a loop.
Depends upon where they break the structures versus where they break the paving, right? This one could be disconnected from the two, like there could be a left, a right, and then an end one, but the cul-de-sac just sort of comes in and out. Does that make sense? Like the buildings themselves don't need to be
Right,
fully connected. Instead of being a U, it's like 2 and a third. But I think that if I'm understanding this comment, it's just to make sure that cul-de-sacs are allowed. And I think that, if I can speak for the board, I think we all kind of agree that that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, but in the plan view of this, it looks like a lot more than 7 units when you wrap around.
That's a separate question.
Right.
No doubt.
I think that comes down to when we talk about the massing.
Right.
When you say 7, do you mean in a line or bending in a U?
Right.
But to me, the cul-de-sac is
Paving.
obvious and needs to be required, of course. So if you think there's a risk of it being questioned, we should leave it in. Otherwise, it's redundant.
I mean, I guess to me, there's nothing that prohibits it at all right now, so I'm not sure what it would achieve, but
So we should take it out.
yeah.
If it's already allowed, then we shouldn't repeat it. That's not making good rules. Okay, next thing, please.
You know, it's just funny, it's just, have you seen one
A cul-de-sac?
like this, just like this very one? No, for some reason, even if it is one, they're not. They haven't been.
Well, a lot of them don't have a building at the end. It's just a dead end drive aisle, but functionally that's the same thing, isn't it?
Except that having cul-de-sacs just like this seems useful.
So what might be part of the issue here is that,
That one.
so I've got it drawn as these 3 separate items, but try to do this way. But you can't really get into those units with a car, and you don't want to come this way because that's your paseo. So I think that the reason we're not seeing a lot of these, we'll probably see more drive-through, is because they can get the garages off to the sides without having those sort of funky corner units, if that makes sense.
But the picture was showing garage entrance, and I think the description on that was.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry. In that picture, it's a garage for those end units, right? So that's, are we talking about cul-de-sac for garage or cul-de-sac for the unit? And yeah, to answer your question, I have not seen this kind in particular because it also makes those units, in terms of like daylight and openness, it really blocks. But I think if it's allowed, it's the design choice if they want to do it this way.
Begs the question of needing a definition of cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
I mean, it just goes on and on. I don't think this is necessary at all. Are we agreed on that? Okay, so guest parking, this is critical.
I question whether or not you need one guest parking space. Like 20% seems high, but maybe that's just me. And I would sort of also be concerned that people will just park their car daily in a guest parking space.
And they do, so I don't think it's high.
And they do, so, okay.
This
Yeah.
is requesting 20% of the total amount of parking spaces required.
No, 20% of total number of units. So if there number of units, if there's a unit development with
Units.
20 units, we're just asking for 4 parking spaces to be for guests.
So may I speak to this? Do you mind? So I just want to note, you guys are certainly entitled to provide your recommendations on this, but I will note that the previous code requirement was 10%, and our council specifically chose to remove it to provide, to reduce requirements on housing, to provide more opportunities for housing. And that really is coming down from a lot of state laws as well, that are really pushing to reduce the parking requirements for housing that are creating, making it harder to provide housing. And so I think regardless of what, the ARB recommends and even what staff recommends, it seems like we would be very uninclined to go backwards on that, and provide more requirements related to guest parking, because it was only within the last couple of years that those changes happened.
Yeah, I think to add what Claire's saying is that I don't see us adding more parking requirements, like having a larger number. But what we could do is have some more details about where the parking's provided. So maybe we don't want all of it to be in private garages. Maybe we want some of it to be in open surface lots, because in an open surface lot, multiple people could use the same space.
I'm sorry, but I think that the council needs to hear from us. We're the experts on this particular issue, and we repeatedly find that there's not enough guest parking for these units to function properly, and they need to hear that from us.
That's
So
what we're pushing
I
here.
think we should be pushing for this 20% number, and we should be given a chance to persuade council otherwise. If they disagree, that's their political choice. But I think we would say that the guest parking is maybe more important than having 2 spaces per unit. Having that extra overflow.
That's
is
what I was
critical.
trying to explain.
Right.
we'd be
And so I
open to
want
that
to,
too.
I want the ARB to be clear. Are you asking for more parking or just parking in a different location?
We find the need for non-designated parking in townhouse type developments is rarely sufficient.
I would
That's
just,
exactly where this came from.
yeah, and just to counter argue this for a minute though, is that part of what we're fighting against here or dealing with here is that state laws are requiring us to build a lot of new housing. And when a developer has a parcel of land, if we're requiring that 20% of the units have surface parking, that's taking up a significant chunk of footprint of their parcel that they're able to utilize. That might, prevent them from building an entire extra townhome, right? So that's where I think we want to be careful about balancing this. Now, believe me, I'm a big fan of guest parking. I think it's absolutely necessary. My question is whether or not we can bump back up to 20% or whether we stick with the 10%. My knee-jerk reaction to this comment was that 20% felt high, although I totally hear that it gets utilized. But if we don't provide it, it's going to spill out onto the street. So we have to provide something, right? And while I understand that we're sort of at odds with these state rules here, I think that, as Peter's saying, we do need to recommend back to council why we're pushing for this and what we're actually pushing for. But also hearing that the previous number was 10% might make me also stick to my initial sentiment that maybe we do 10% instead of 20%.
Would we consider like what Jody was saying, in lieu of the required per unit parking?
Just don't want to get into
Yeah.
it's not for us to make parking regulations.
Right.
I would obviously support it, given my experience with townhomes, but
Right.
we can recommend it to council separate from this, but this is an
Yeah.
objective standard.
Yeah.
But come back to the fundamental thing we keep seeing. There's not enough guest parking on these
Right.
units. There's not enough places for the Uber driver, for the DoorDash delivery, for a grandpa to come by, for a family to bring the baby in from a stroller, and so many needs.
Mhm.
more and more as we densify housing, we need to rethink all of this, but the answer is not to reduce undesignated parking. And the council will be receptive to that argument, even if it means changes to other kinds of parking to not make economic restrictions on housing. Making housing that doesn't work is not a solution either. So I strongly support leaving this 20% number as our recommendation. The second paragraph is perhaps harder to enforce objectively, but it makes perfect sense. When you have extra street parking, you don't need it as much.
So is the idea more to have 20% extra or 20% be undesignated?
That's a good-
Undesignated.
Undesignated, yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be extra, just has to be, oh, you're good, Claire. Common maybe is a better word than undesignated.
This may encourage some of these developers to go more towards the podium style, right? Because then they can just get all of this parking without impacting their
That's right.
footprint of the townhomes. Okay,
Then
understood.
building
That's a
height
very
might,
good distinction, Claire, yeah.
then building heights might have restrictions there because you basically raise the whole thing up.
The comment, the second paragraph refers to if there's street parking available, is that, it's commonly not accepted in zoning codes, right? That public parking can count towards parking requirements.
We certainly don't count it toward any parking for the site if there's, happens to be public parking.
David and Yingchi, when you were looking at townhomes, how many townhomes really benefited from adjacent public street parking?
Yeah, I would say significant number. Let's see, Alma Court has a significant amount of it across the street, which you saw in one of those photographs. Arbor Real has street parking and throughout there's more major streets and has street parking within the project. One of the ones we showed, which I don't remember where it is, but the one that had a significant amount of internal parking into the site. So the attention was brought to us basically by looking at these examples.
It's just a real slippery slope to start saying you can count public parking for this requirement.
It's
So I-
especially difficult because conditions change too. And, sometimes we know that we have a planned bike lane or we are adding a bike lane and that parking is probably going to be removed in the future. It becomes a difficult thing to count on. And
Agreed. I kind of think we need to, as much as I love the intent of the second paragraph, I think we need to strike it. I don't think we
Well,
can.
can we keep the second sentence just saying that 50% of the spaces must be on the major streets? And perhaps keep the content of the last sentence, which is that every guest space must be within 150 feet of a townhouse. We've seen people who've put
Yeah, that
guest
makes
parking
sense.
at the far end of one of these sort of in a turnaround. And there it's just going to be used as somebody's private parking place.
Yeah, I agree with keeping those two portions.
So the first sentence you'll have to strike, I think. The second one is fine, and the third one should maybe rewrite it to just be more clear that you have to be within 150 feet of a common parking place. To the front door of the unit, say.
Seems good.
Yeah, okay, good. Let's go on to the next item. Building typology.
All right, I had a question on this one. It looks like it says required between 1/2 acres and 2 acres, and then above 3 acres. So what do we do with 0 to 1/2 acre? And what do we do with 2 to 3 acres? So I just want that text cleaned up a little bit. And I think that one thing that's sort of important to note about this is the building that we were just looking at 800 San Antonio is a 0.88 acre lot.
Mhm.
Now, if we were to think about putting townhomes on that, where should that fall in the number of typology? Is it 2 or is it 3? Because that's, otherwise we're getting up to, let's assume it's 0 to 1.5 acres. They only are required to have 2. So I'd love a little clarity on that.
And the other clarity I would like to have is like the definition of prototype. It's not to do with the plan layout, correct, of each unit. It's all purely about facade treatment. Is that
It
correct?
Says here, significant variation of internal planning.
So they can have, okay, so they can have the 2 to 3 different plan unit types. And then the facade treatment or, massing and all of that is from the other section about 2 materials and all of that. Okay, thank you.
I think this is one of those things that's very tough to actually objectively define and enforce. Building typology. David, you just can't regulate the internal planning. It has to be the form of the building and the appearance from the outside. And I think we all know what we're talking about. But there's dozens of factors that could go into that.
Right.
Height, roof pitch,
Yeah,
materials, colors, location of entries, window patterning.
yeah, I agree with you. I think we can regulate the exterior appearance, but if it's a small development with, say, just 7 units, if they're all 2-bedroom exactly the same, I don't see an issue with that if they can find buyers to do that. It's having a 1-bedroom and a 3-bedroom version within that is not something for us to dictate.
If I can jump in, I think that part of this goal is to make sure that with the larger developments that we don't end up with, 75 townhomes that are exactly the same thing. And that, this is broken up into, groups of 5, and then you've got 8 clusters or whatever, I'm not doing math right now, of exactly the same thing, but they're just slapping different colors on it. I think the goal is to avoid that. And I don't know what the best way to regulate that is. And maybe it's, part of this is the tandem parking and part of this is the color and design facade and part of this is that the corner units are separate. But I think the goal is to make sure that we don't end up with a huge parcel of land with multiple buildings where they're all pretty much identical except for paint color. Right.
Or some massing finish. I
Right.
mean, the
Again-
economics will dictate that more than what we say, right? Like, they're gonna want to have a variety of units to sell. Like, if they're all exactly the same, I don't think that's an ARB judgment call, I guess is what
Well,
I'm getting at.
Fight for this one if I could, because Arbor Real is my example. And I think you really ought to go take a look at Arbor Real. There are definitely 3 different prototypes in that larger development. So it's really when you get into a larger development, the smaller one doesn't make sense really to have.
How
that
big
kind
is
of
Arbor Real? How
Oh,
many acres? Is that how we measure it, or number of units?
We're looking it up.
must be 3 or 5 acres or something like
Oh,
that.
it's very big.
Very big.
I think a half acre is very small. I mean, I don't know how this will hit with all of you because only a few of you were on the board at the time, but I imagine the 2755 El Camino on the corner of Page Mill and El Camino, that was a half acre site. So I'm trying to imagine 2 different typologies on that small of a parcel.
Thinking about the one that came in that had like the 10 townhouses in Town and Country Villages parking lot, right? Are we going to require 2 different units? Do the end units count as a separate typology because they look different? So I do think that with this, the goal of this comment is very important, I think, is that, the smaller ones should have a lot more freedom to be a little bit more similar, but these larger developments, when we're talking 60, 70, 80, 90 units, if they all look the same, we're going to have a big problem.
So maybe 1 acre, not a half acre?
That's reasonable.
It's even 2 acres. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd go bigger, like 1.5 or 2, because even, like I said, just the layout and all will create, between the site variety. It will create typologies without us having to force it. But are we trying to say must have variety of bedroom sizes? You know, what are we trying to say by prototype?
With Sam, on two recent townhome projects we looked at, the one down on Bay Shore and then the one over on the Fry's side. Both of them are large lots. They're much bigger than an acre. Both of them came in with effectively a single prototype type design. On both of them, we pushed back pretty hard about getting it changed. Neither of them did we really succeed, in my opinion. Because it was too late in the process because they didn't have this kind of regulation being enforced. I think the market is not as strong as you think to drive real variation. They were happy with just paint colors.
Yeah.
We're talking
bet.
building form, exterior elevation treatment, and material variation is
So
maybe a
do-
way to define it.
Yeah.
And I think we should do it above 1 acre, 2, above 2 acres, 3 types, something like that.
I'm for that.
Including.
Do we already have that in our code? I thought
So
we
yeah, on those
already,
small lots where it's
1 acre.
less than an
Yeah,
acre.
this is already in our code.
Is it already in
Is
the
it?
code?
Yeah, this is already in the
Can
code.
you
as-
read that out to us, please?
Hold on.
This has been a longstanding question that, you know, it was in the code already, and I made sure that it got into objective standards. And so it's 1824, and then am I going to be able to find it? 1 second. Uh, 1824-50 talks about diversity of housing types. And if it is under an acre, it can be 1 housing type. If it's 1 to 2 acres, it needs to be 2 housing types. And if it's over 2 acres, it needs to be 3 housing types.
Is there any definition of housing types?
Housing type is, the examples are detached units versus attached townhouses or row houses, condominiums, apartments, mixed use.
So this comes back to my longstanding contention that the current standards aren't really explicit for townhomes. Because reading this, you could say as long as they're all townhome types, they meet this standard. Our objective is the design of the townhomes, the way they look. They can all be townhomes, but they have to be a different appearance.
This is saying that on a 2 acre piece of land, you would need to have 3 housing types. And so that could be townhomes, condos, and detached units.
I think we'd be okay with all townhomes, provided they had variation in design.
Okay.
Because we've seen that coming in repeatedly. It doesn't make sense to build, single family homes and townhomes and an apartment building. They want to do all townhomes. And our concern has been that the townhomes all looked more or less the same. Can we maybe amend that section?
Yeah, we should
to
be
say
amending this
For
section.
townhomes, variation, the difference between typologies must include a significant variation of building massing.
Unit capacity or unit size, or however you want to say, like for number of bedrooms.
Unit sizes,
Building mass, height,
massing.
number of units per structure. I mean, all of that matters, right?
So Ying Chi and David, if we could just somehow make it that this just amends that 1840, or whatever.
1824, 50.
You remembered that. How do you do that?
Numbers just stick.
Okay, so we want to, with this section 3, we want to just amend that other one to include a better definition of typology regarding townhomes.
And I think the categories of 1 acre, 2 acre.
Yeah, it's already there. It's just, we're just clarifying that townhomes in and of themselves can have variation and still work.
Yeah, there's height and frequently they're built with separation between the houses, for example. There's a number of them have separation. Okay,
Next
that's
one.
good.
We gotta
Yeah.
get this done. I think this is great.
One comment on this is because you say, where is it? Such areas must, hold on, all townhomes must provide centrally located common green space or linear public pedestrian path. And in the size, you have the 25 by 25. Do
Yeah.
we want to say a minimum width if it's the linear
Yeah,
type?
I do.
Okay,
Well, maybe 25-foot minimum width.
okay.
not including private areas.
Correct.
So that's open.
And I think
open
that's
space.
important too, because right, with these porches, they'll be like, oh, but it's all the way open to their front door. And you're like, no, that's their front porch that's 5 to 6 feet deep. So
I
Yeah,
think
I think that's
that's
important.
inherent in what's written there,
Yeah,
Sam. I
exactly.
mean, minimum dimension of 25 feet for a paseo or any other common open space forces it to be 25 feet
Yeah,
wide.
that's why I want to clarify, is that 25 or is it narrower if it's a linear arrangement?
I'd like it not to be.
Okay, agreed.
So in the objective standards right now, we say that common open space needs to have a circle of 10-foot diameter.
Yeah,
As
so we're
the-
saying for townhomes, we have a higher standard.
A circle of 25-foot diameter.
It could be a 25-foot circle. Yeah, should we just do it that way? Yeah, I think we had a reason for wanting to go circular instead of rectangular. So let's change this to a minimum 25-foot diameter circle.
So I'm trying to understand this first paragraph. Are we saying that you couldn't use, areas that are pedestrian paths also as common open space?
Sure.
Because a lot of the examples you guys provided did that.
No, yeah, actually, we chose the dimension from that very illustration, the first illustration
Okay.
from just what is the common path, because it is part of it, yes. It's part of it. It's part of the central open space for everybody.
David, on this photo in front of us, that entire space
Mhm.
is common open space. Is
Yes.
that right?
Mhm.
That's where we're talking about the 25-foot
Yeah.
circle.
Yes,
So to this blue line that I just drew,
Yes.
not to here, correct?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're counting all the way out to here,
Sure.
Mhm.
but not these guys.
Well, I would.
That's
put
right.
Building to building, really. I mean,
And
it's-
would you also be counting the planter boxes in the center?
in the center,
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
People really ask you
The-
that question. Yes.
Because I don't think we define whether or not the central area has to be, because this is paved, right? And this counts as a common open space. It could be grass and still count as a common open space. So I don't
Could
think the
be.
difference between pavers and grass is necessarily what we're going for. We just want to make sure that like I feel like that's all common. This area over here is a little bit in question, but I think it's pretty clearly defined in this one. The next slide, I think is actually a lot less successful. So this doesn't feel like there's a space. This just feels like a path that winds.
Does. Mhm.
Right.
It's not, it isn't defined specifically, yeah. And we didn't go there, so I don't know.
So
What
then going back, I guess that I'm still struggling to kind of understand what you guys were trying to say on this first paragraph.
It seems clear enough to me, Claire, the first paragraph. We're asking for 5% of the site area to be common open space. And we're asking for that area not to include private space for houses, which is their front yard area, which we've described. And we're saying it has to have a minimum of a 25-foot circle inscribed in that space. The rest of it, whether it's a paseo or a common courtyard, is just a matter of definition, really.
Yep.
I think the private common open space should be functional and usable community gathering space for rest and play.
Are we saying that this central paseo needs to be 25 feet or 10 feet?
25 feet minimum dimension.
Okay.
That's, again, come down out of a lot of paseos which have been less than that, and we've had to push back on that.
That's where it comes from.
On the street tree, is that already included in other standards?
The street tree? Sorry, say that. We definitely have standards for street trees. Are we on a next one?
The
or-
the third sentence or third
Oh,
paragraph here.
sorry, hold on.
Let's see, we have street trees every 30 feet.
Before we do that, I would argue that 25 feet is appropriate because we're talking about a 25-foot dimension. So we want to make sure we have a tree at sort of every corner. But I don't know, just it makes sense to me that 25 feet and 25 feet have a tree.
Do we really need to redo the standards on that, though? Just keep the same objective standard so it's more clear. Codes get too complicated if you have specifics.
So the code I was reading was for street trees. I think now you're talking about trees in common open space. So there could
No,
be,
This is major private street.
so private street, yeah.
I mean, most are doing some sort of tree in between the units. There's like a small area and they are doing a tree usually between those.
That's a good point. And that between, so imagine you had two 15-foot, garage doors, which is a little bit tiny. Then you could, in theory, not have a tree between each one. If you say 25 feet, then they really will have to sort of put a tree between each one of these double wide garage doors. I don't know. I mean, this may not be worth the argument, so.
I think our idea was that there'd be more public street and treatment somewhere in some of these developments, especially the larger ones. If you look at, again, Arbor Real, there's more major streets and minor cul-de-sacs for the most part.
That's what I was going to bring up too, is that there's the main street going into the development, but all of the cul-de-sac driveways, do we consider that a private street and therefore this tree requirement comes into play?
Hi, Claire, can you move on to the next slide so that we can look at the site plan as an example?
So we have been considering those private kind of drives, depending on how many units it's serving in our code. It is considered a private street. I think if it's, I want to say if it's 4 or more units.
Where it says Lake or Lane Avenue, hold on.
Do we,
Lake Avenue has trees, but the Tahoe Lane has trees on one side, not on the other. Because the side towards the orange is going towards garages. So would that meet this requirement? Over on the right, what is it? Almoner
Yeah, I
Lane
mean, it
has no
probably
trees.
would not, unless they could add some trees
have it?
in those little private fingers that are coming out, then they could meet that requirement.
Again, do we, what is the standard currently for private streets and housing developments regarding trees? Every 30 feet, there must be a tree?
I think that, I don't know if we define between private and public, I think when we were doing the townhomes, we were considering it a requirement for all the streets. But most of the developments that I recall reviewing have been providing it in between those garages, so.
Are there other,
Yeah, our objective standards just says streets, so we did apply it.
so streets do or don't apply?
They do, so we've already been applying
When you
that.
say street, you mean public or private street?
Yeah, because we said street and we didn't define, we considered it public or
And
private.
it says
already.
30 feet right now.
Is it 30 feet right now?
What if we just change it to 25 everywhere, then just recommend doing that?
Well, I think to Board Member Adcock's comment is also that in this illustration, you can see that some of these areas on one side of the street, there's trees, and on the other side, there isn't. Is it really just per the street or is it per side of the street also? Because I think you will limit some of these drive aisles and garage doors and things like that by requiring it on both sides of the street.
Currently, it's just says 30 feet on the street. And so it's up
Yeah.
to your
Yeah.
judgment, right? It's
Yeah.
just, you would interpret that to be one side of the street or the other?
Yeah,
It does say within, so street trees, I'll read the whole thing. It says sidewalks shall include at least one street tree within 6 feet of the sidewalk for every 30 feet of linear feet of sidewalk length.
So there's the keyword is sidewalks.
What,
So, yeah.
If there are no
it's-
sidewalks,
So if you
you don't
had
have to have
two,
trees.
if you had,
you know,
yeah, it's attached to sidewalks.
one of the problems that I think we were trying to deal with here is that some of the projects that we've been looking at are parking on both sides of the street.
Mhm.
And therefore, and that's almost the exclusive street in these developments. They're all private streets like that. And they're all parking both sides. And all you can get really is one little tree stuck in between. And it's a sad little tree, you know, it doesn't ever really grow up significantly to anything that shades the paved area or provides kind of that canopy that you get when you have a real street tree.
Like the cul-de-sac example, for instance, you have this narrow street
Narrow,
and you're going right into the garages. There is no space to plant a tree. So,
but they do. But they do actually.
right.
A
So
columnar
if
tree.
on this,
you
so it would
typically-
be,
In the area between the parking
right.
bays, they plant a little tree
Mhm.
that really
Sad little
doesn't,
tree.
doesn't mature to anything significant,
Right.
but it's green. That's about it.
Or brown. Um, uh, Yeah. It is tough. I don't, I would, to get enough planting area for a proper tree, like even, 3 feet strip, that's adding, if we say on either side, that's adding 6 feet to their drive out requirement. Right, so I think this has a pretty significant impact.
I think that it really only works when you're in larger projects and where you can afford a more central kind of street that could be exactly like your typical street, you know, and have a median in it.
Almost every townhouse development we've seen has some sort of trees on these drive roads, forced or not. What if we were to change slightly the standard she read to clarify that in townhomes, the private roads are considered the length of sidewalks, so that we don't have that issue with it being defined by a sidewalk. And then to say that the street trees can just be on one side of the private drive, and then to reduce the number from 30 to 25 feet. So that we're suggesting for all housing, it's a little bit closer on the trees, but otherwise it's the same regulation that applies to townhomes. Would that
It's very,
solve our problem?
gets quite restrictive because 25 feet is not a townhouse dimension.
That's the dimension you recommended. That's where it's.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it as a tree on one of the more major streets of a larger development.
Okay, then leave it 30 feet.
Yeah, I'd say leave it 30 feet, but I like your other 2 recommendations.
But let's just clarify the current code that where it says sidewalks, we also mean private streets without sidewalks in townhome developments. Somehow phrasing it that way.
I don't
We would
know
need
that-
to amend the code to address that.
But all of what we're talking about ultimately amends the same code. But from our point of view, rather than writing a new standard just for townhomes on trees, let's just clarify the one we have. We okay with that?
I don't think it's going to work.
What's the next item? Access page. This is not an objective standard, though. What do we have currently for regarding accent paving or anything like that?
We currently have accent paving, just, like downtown and Cal Ave. You could, especially there's some crosswalks in this photo. Maybe that's where you want the accent paving, and you could say that. Do we want special pavement for all of the sidewalks as well?
I
No.
think accent paving at intersections of pedestrian and vehicular traffic,
Yeah.
right?
This is nothing specific to townhomes, gang. This is for all residential development. We're not here to redo residential townhomes and residential standards now. So I don't think this applies specifically to townhomes. So I think we should just move on. This is not for us right now.
Well, all you'd get is painted markings on the street if you didn't have this.
I think we can suggest to staff that we should have tighter regulations on accent paving in our objective standards, period, throughout. But there's nothing that would apply just to townhomes that wouldn't also apply to other types of housing and buildings. And why would we want to open that up right now?
Well, let's see if is that the board's decision? Because my thought is that you get more pedestrian situations where houses are tight up against each other this way. And defining the quality of the crosswalk could be significant. The regulation would say any private street has to have markings for it, and the markings could be as little as, just a
But
painted
can we-
crosswalk.
Can we say that pedestrian walkways to be different material, or some way to say that pedestrian walkways are have different paving material to signify pedestrian versus vehicular?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't that apply to other types of housing?
Exactly, it would
developments?
apply to anywhere.
So we're going to write a code that all of a sudden only applies to a specific kind of housing development just because we haven't gotten around to the rest of it?
I guess so.
I hate
mean,
that kind of
yeah.
code.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like the right thing to do right now. I mean, in this picture, there's just one too many paving in colors. I don't think that's what we're trying to get at. It's just significant, like paving difference between pedestrian and vehicular. And Jody, is that already in the code?
That's the right way to do it. Just require two different materials for
Yeah.
different surfaces, different uses.
Yeah, we do not have this type of thing for crosswalks, no, not
Not for
currently.
crosswalk, but any pedestrian walkways within development.
No, the only thing we have is downtown and Calab
Okay.
for those sort of business districts.
Right. And David, are you trying to get at, like, instead of crosswalk stripes, that you would want to have a paving breaking the asphalt?
We've actually, there's another slide that we have of the cul-de-sac, and this cul-de-sac changes its paving to unit pavers. And part of SB 9, there is a requirement that says you can't use asphalt paving, it's not allowed. So objective standards. So I'm just reinforcing this idea that
Why don't we leave it in as pedestrian pathways shall be paved with a different material than vehicular pathways. And it'll filter through the system. Maybe it'll get picked up for all objective standards, but at least it's here as a record.
Yep.
There's no
That's
problem
fine.
with it being for townhomes if it's phrased that way.
yes.
But let's go to the next one, privacy.
Mhm.
I'm fine with this.
Okay.
The slide before this one, there is like the 15 feet between the end units. Do you want to address that?
Oh. This should be part of that further standard we just talked about.
I mean, the 25 or?
Now go forward a little bit. Keep in mind, 15 feet between end units. Maybe if you could go forward on the slide there.
Sorry, forward or backward? Oops. Microphone, sorry.
This is where you'd put in the statement about 15 feet between end units, because we're talking about the length of units and such.
Agreed.
So just add into this another sentence about 15 feet. The question I think comes back to what Board Member Adcock was talking about. When you have a U shape or an L shaped unit, how do you measure the length? Do you guys have a recommendation what makes sense?
I mean, it says the maximum number of attached units of common wall shall not exceed 7 units. I think that answers that
So
question.
that doesn't stipulate whether it's bent or not. So
It
that
doesn't matter what the
the
shape is.
prototype of the long U shape with say 5 on each side and 1 at the end is not allowed.
That would not be allowed by that standard.
Are we okay with that?
Well, I mean, but you could also have, let's say, for example, you could have, 2 or 3 on either side and then one big one across the back. Then you have a break of 15 feet and then you've got another long linear one. So you have this cul-de-sac down the middle, but instead of having to go all the way to the end of the cul-de-sac to get sort of out, you have a break in the middle. I think that's actually really effective.
It's kind of promotes what we want. yeah.
Right, we want more pedestrian pathways. So I think this is great. And it's not prohibiting U shapes by any stretch of the imagination. It's just making sure that you can get out of the U
Yeah.
without having to go all the way around.
I'm okay with this.
I like it.
Okay, next one.
I do have a question. It's a little bit out of left field, though. If you don't mind going back to the white, orange, and yellow image, it's back 2 slides. There you go. So again, I'm not trying to derail us here, but this one has roof decks. Are we going to have any discussion on roof decks? Is that part of anything that you guys talked about with the townhouses?
You're derailing us.
Sorry.
Kendra. Let's
Apologies,
finish. Sorry,
apologies.
apologize, accepted. Can we go back, please, to the slide we were just looking at? The question is materiality. And I think the question, what Ms. Musam alluded to earlier is materials or colors or textures, how do we define it? We all agree, I think, that we want this variation. Is it worth putting a sentence here that we mean variation in color, texture, or material? Or should we just leave it as?
In here, it says base building color treatment must include at least 2 colors and 2 basic materials. And I think we should leave it that way. And that image with stucco and stucco, despite color, does not meet this standard because it's all stucco, and saying smooth versus textured stucco also would not meet this requirement.
Now, the one pushback on that, I 100% agree with you, but the one that sort of trips me up a little bit is the shingle siding one that they have. I guess that because there's no proportion of how much, this one right here. So this is predominantly, I mean, I look at this and I say, okay, it's 100% shingle, except for the fact that they've got these white panels in between, right? Here.
The window trim is.
Window
bigger than 4
trim, so
inches.
that's
The
where
window trim counts as,
it does in the definition if it's 4 inches or wider.
okay, cool.
Which is
Fine
about
with that.
right for
Yeah.
this architectural style.
Yeah.
Excellent. As long as this one gets,
Yeah, it's
Counted.
I think
beautiful.
that's an
Yeah.
excellent definition you came up with on that.
Yeah.
That thing about the trim and the detail of it here is good. And 6 colors or materials, is it all just plain color, the last line? It's fine, I think 6 is a lot. So. Okay,
I do want to add that it is 6 colors or material because it can be, you have the color, I don't know, just like playing devil's advocate here, that it could be 6 colors and 2 different material, 2 other materials, so that equals 12.
totally agree with that, but what if they wanted like a lattice accent or something like that, right? Like even just looking at the project we examined earlier today, there's 3 different of the plain type of equitone paneling. Then there was the linear striated equitone paneling. Then there's the lattice work. Then there's the glass and the trim, right? So
there's the doorknob.
right, exactly. So at what point do we, I hear what you're saying. I don't want it to go overkill either, but I think that this is, I don't know, this kind of feels like enough.
If you
Is
have,
this 6 colors per building or per project?
Per building, no,
Because 6 colors per project could be somewhat limiting if we're wanting to make the buildings look different.
right, because imagine one typology is sort of, a cedar shape, and then the next one, they're trying to do it a little bit differently, like.
How about some cluster?
per building, it's per building.
Right. not per unit, per building. Like,
6 colors.
but like 7 use, like if there's 7 townhouses put together, that whole building structure per cluster, whatever you want to
That's
call
what I
it.
mean by
Yeah.
building.
Yes, not unit, cluster.
Cluster.
Right.
Cluster, okay.
There we go.
Cluster, building cluster. Okay, let's go on, please. We're getting close, right?
Yeah.
Operation. This is a distance that you two found was reasonable with townhomes, 150 feet. We've come up to this before with the parking too, so it seems like it's good if we stick to a common number.
Is this example showing the trash within 150 feet of the furthest unit?
Where are
I
the
see
trash
2
units on
trash
this one?
enclosures.
This project there in the right-hand corner.
Bottom right and center top.
Show them on our thing here, use your marker. Where's the bottom right?
And center top.
Way right.
Okay, is that trash?
Mhm.
And that's trash.
So some of those units are more than 150 feet.
Right,
probably,
like
aren't they?
over by the dog park, those units are more than 150 feet.
But this one actually might
Go out the front door.
That's pretty far, actually. I mean, it's a long ways to go with the trash. Though.
And I almost feel like it's easier to say, okay, these guys need to have one common trash. These guys need to have one common trash. Maybe that's an easier way to define it is by saying. Sorry, apologies, my microphone's off. I feel like it's almost easier to say this cluster has to have its own defined trash. I mean, maybe if it's above a certain, because this was kind of small, right? So in theory, let's say, right, that's just 4 and that's just 4. Those could have a centralized trash. I guess the thing is that
I think 150 is quite limiting.
I would agree.
Because it's a site and all, but I think 150 for mailbox makes sense. 150 for trash seems limiting. I would probably split those out. Because mailboxes don't take a whole lot of space and you go every day and
Yeah.
it wants to be more convenient.
That's fine.
So how far for trash bins then?
Given this example on our screen, it's probably around 300 feet.
200.
Let's assume each one of those, there's 7 units wide.
Well, we said each unit can't be more than 150 feet long. So assume they're the 150-foot length.
So give it enough space to cross over. Let's say we wanted the trash there. So then you get to here, that's 200. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
But the over by the dog park on the bottom left, those units are, in this example, are about 300 feet from
300
the
feet, yeah.
trash.
So it's between 200 and 300 feet. How do we compromise? How about 250?
That sounds fine to me. Give a little leeway.
Sam, is that not good?
I was gonna be fine with 300 because
Of course,
it's like.
yes, because you recommended 300. David, what do you think? You've given this a lot of thought, David. What's the right distance to the trash bins?
I think it has to be further. I think at least 200.
Well, okay, we know that.
Well, I haven't measured all these projects to see how further it really works. So maybe you say 250 and call it a day.
Yingshi, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just counting the number of units showing here, just saying like 2-car garage is 20 feet and the tandem parking is 10. So yeah, probably 250 would be the number from the unit 1 near the dog park to the trash enclosure.
Can you live with that, Musam? Okay, let's run with 250 for now. Okay, otherwise this is great. So we're going to change it. Mail and trash are different dimensions. Next slide or next item. That's the end of it?
I think there is one that I forgot to mention about I think, yeah, thank you. For the service truck parking, do we want to separate it? Because the size would be different compared to the regular guest parking.
Right, that was lumped in with the guest parking earlier. Maybe that actually needs to go in with this operations and services
That's a good point.
and just designate that there's at least one vehicular spot.
So we have standards for loading spaces, but those are big 18-wheeler kind of trucks. We put in a new sort of taxi loading area for projects that are over 50 units. So is there something more you're wanting to do?
Can you go back to the thing about parking here? I thought there was a phrase in there that was requiring service parking separately.
In number 2, community circulation. You just passed it. Next. Yeah, next one. Next one. Next one. There you go.
Okay, so here we're allowing the guest parking to include one space for a medium-sized truck. And are we suggesting it should be in addition one space for a truck, or is that part of the guest parking?
I think this falls under operations and is totally unrelated to guest parking.
And this is basically limiting the size, and one of them has to be bigger.
Yeah.
You're saying things like a trash collection truck or the mailman, the milkman delivery truck for whatever it's worth. Right. But there's so many things in the middle, Kendra, the Amazon delivery.
Yeah, Ubers, Amazon.
So I think this is appropriate in the sense that it just makes sure at least there's one place that's big enough. And I think operations stuff will have its own overlay of requirements, right? You have to demonstrate that you meet trash collection requirements. So those trucks are going to get met. Fire trucks have their own set of requirements again. You can't not meet those standards
No, you
independent
have
of
to
us.
meet, right.
All right, I'll buy off on that.
Kendra had mentioned the idea of roof decks. And what is our current objective standard regarding roof decks on all buildings?
So roof decks that are not on the roof, that are down one level. I mean, you have to be within the height limit in the FAR. Because usually a roof deck, requires a stairway and an elevator to get to it. Once you have a stairway and an elevator, that's FAR and increase in height. So you have to just be mindful of that. But if you can stay under the FAR and the height limit, then there isn't.
Yeah, Claire, can you go to slide 26, please?
So we've
Yeah, so
seen-
that white orange building that you were looking at, I would assume that it was those decks are under the height limit, because that white area would have to be
Yep.
under the height limit.
So deck is, but under the new code, there were changes, so the stairway doesn't count toward, like, it can exceed the
Only
height.
in downtown.
No, the new code is rewritten so that the stairwell can exceed the height limit. It still counts toward floor area, but it.
But our
1840
definition
was-
has this as a 50-foot height limit right there anyway, right?
Yeah, so if you're meeting the height limit,
If you're meeting the height limit at 50 feet and they opt to do a 1, 2, 3-story house plus a roof deck and that stairwell, and they've got the FAR and they can do all of that, these are legal?
is there a privacy requirement?
If it's meeting the height limit, yes.
Okay.
But don't we have objective standard privacy requirements for outdoor spaces above grade?
If you want to count it as open space, then there are standards in the code, yes.
So if you have the whole roof, you don't need to count that as open space, then you can do this kind of thing.
If this is not open space and just something extra, as long as it's under the height limit, then it would be allowed.
I guess my question, my fellow board members, is would we like to encourage this type of design? And if so, how would we like to encourage it? My 2 cents on this is I think this is a really nice benefit for these units. And I think it's a very successful design in that each rooftop terrace is very private for that unit. What I would not want to see is where all of these things are connected and you're staring at your neighbors all the time when you're up there. So if we're going to allow these, are we going to encourage them? If we're going to encourage them, how to maintain them and sort of get them to be developed in the best way possible?
Yeah, I agree with you that it's really nice to have, but it's only practical if it's actually private.
That's an interesting point.
In Palo Alto, we've had considerable difficulties with neighbors who are not living in these buildings who feel their privacy is dramatically impacted by roof decks, which it is. And many of these townhomes are shoehorning into otherwise lower density neighborhoods. However, I recommend that we just don't go there right now. This is a pretty loaded subject. And I'm not sure we're going to have the last word on it anyway, but it's, I'm not comfortable trying to figure this one out right now. Any other thoughts on this? The last thing then was the idea of some kind of a point-based system as a way to demonstrate compliance as compared to just a series of standards you have to meet. It's an awful lot of work to actually do that.
That's exactly my concern, is can be quite an administrative hassle to try to figure out the points. Well, one is to figure out what the point system is, and for staff to, keep account of the point system.
Very
And,
difficult.
and like, what kind of prize do they win, right? Like, if they get all the points, what's
You win
what's the
approval.
goal?
It's like green building, right? You
See,
count your points.
what the intention of this is, right, to encourage more public use, kind of common space. How do you get them to do just that? By mandating a certain number, perhaps. We've already got that in here somewhere now, 25 by 25 circles.
Well, you would use this kind of thing to trade off. For example, you might have more tandem parking if you had greater open space, or you might have more guest parking if you had less. I don't know. You'd trade off these kind of various internal things. I just don't see how we can actually do this in a practical sense. We're just
Yeah, and for majority of projects that come through that are using waivers anyway,
They'll
it's,
just chuck it.
yeah, it's a small percentage of projects that this accounting would even apply to, and is it of, a benefit for staff to have to keep up with that?
I mean, I think if kind of important, you just mandate it, put it in as a regulation and let somebody else say no. And then, if it look, to be honest, the waiver issue is going to make us very unhappy ultimately, because it looks like everybody takes advantage of significant amount of waivers, and design criticism counts for a lot less. So I would like to see us sort of mandate it, a certain amount of public, and based on maybe the size of units. There's on one of the streets that I pass, there's a little tiny swimming pool in the middle of it. And it's a 10, 12 unit series of townhomes, and they love it. They're a little public area. So socially, it's really kind of significant to to push as hard as we can.
Suppose we recommend to the planning department that they consider adopting a point-based system for objective standards. Yeah?
Yeah. It's going to be hard to.
Well, we're going to let
Make
them,
that
we're
work.
mandated for them to think about, right? So we're just recommending that they consider adopting a point-based approval system. That's what you're talking about, right?
I was talking
Yeah.
about, well, I was sort of thought about it both ways. The other way is if you just you allow another unit somewhere, instead of 150, it becomes 180 or something, and then.
It's all in the math, David. I mean, there's so many variables.
Like, can you give an example of what a point-based, like, what would be getting a point? Like, for instance, the 25-foot diameter open space, if we're already asking for that as objective standard, then what's the point of a point?
Instead of the standard, you start collecting points. Every time you comply with one of these things, you get a point, or 2 points if you make it 30
And you
feet.
get to skip
Yeah,
a
and
standard,
You have
I
to,
guess.
you have to get 10 points altogether. So if you really don't want to comply with the depth of your balcony, you can make the circle bigger for your open space instead.
And every 10% bigger of your circle gets you a foot less in the balcony, you know, it's like, it's
That's where we're
hard
gonna have Jody
to.
and the staff figure it out, right?
Well, I mean, I think we built it in a totally different way right now that we have, 100 things you need to adhere to. And in some cases, we gave you a menu of options, do 2 of these 3 things, or so we were trying to allow some variation that way. So I'm not sure, I mean, a point system, we'd have to start over, really.
That's right. Basically, it would be starting over. So how strongly do we want to push for that, David?
And
That's
you
what,
ain't cheap. You ain't
what's-
cheap. So what do you think?
whose idea was this? Which of you two came up with this one anyway?
Well, I confess.
I mean, I appreciate the intent, especially knowing that we've got these unlimited concessions sort of looming over us. It's a good thought. I'm just not sure how much of a benefit it's going to be for the amount of an intense effort that it's going to take on staff's part to sort of A, set this thing up, B, define what do you earn a point for, what qualifies as 2 points, right? How does it apply to small ones versus big, half-acre lot versus a 5-acre lot, right? This is all a lot of nuance and a lot of complications that I'm not even sure where to start.
And they're the experts at writing code, not us.
I guess if I were to take an alternative, I would say, without mentioning projects, say paseos ought to be X width in dimension between what is private property and what is private on one side and private on the other side. So that if you are required to have a certain dimension, they'll either pave it over or they'll do something with it.
Well, didn't we just establish that to be 25 feet?
Yeah, if we have done that, then that's fine.
Well, for paseos, for open space, it's 25 feet minimum with that circle thing. That's 25 feet.
That's good.
David, we want to get to your other comment, right?
Which one? Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we've gone through this whole list. Thanks, everybody. What I'd like to do is have Ying-Chi and David draft up a final document, which is really quick. You've taken the notes, just type it all out. Give it to Claire and the staff, but I would like to have then a formal vote on that somehow. This is the board's recommendation for what to do with townhome standards. Are we all agreed that we're going to proceed that way?
If we find some time for it, yeah.
We're not looking to go back over the content. We've already decided now on what we think collectively,
All right.
but I want to see the final document that
If
we
we
all
can
vote on.
digest all this properly.
So for the final document, do you think it should be something that is text only, or it's always good to have some photos or images to go along with it?
I would work with staff to see what they suggest. When the idea is to be able to hand off to staff a strong recommendation from us, so they'll know what format they want it to be, and they have to decide then how to prosecute this.
Can I make a suggestion for how we review it? Is this something that can be agendized with our next meeting? So we've obviously got next, March 21st is off. So a month from now, can this be included in the packet kind of for us to review like minutes? So we can just read it at home and have a minute to say, do we approve these items as they are written?
That's my.
It would
that's my-
have to be,
Okay.
it would have to be if you're going to make a vote on it.
Okay, yeah, because I
part of the
just don't
packet.
want to have to go over all of these, read them out loud in a meeting again. It's
No,
in the
yeah.
packet. We read it on our own time, have a 5-minute vote, yes, no.
Yeah,
That's
and-
very much my intention. This
Okay.
should be a rubber stamp vote.
Yeah.
So if we
And-
bring up things like roof decks again, then it's not going to help.
I'll be quiet.
But it should, again, we don't have staff time to burn on this. So it's on us to produce a document that staff can just put forth on the agenda as I've asked.
Well, let's say that it went one step beyond and it wanted to go to council for some final view. I think the photographs are incredibly important.
I would like the subcommittee to work with the staff to determine the proper format of our final report. I would like to have a report back on our agenda that we vote on. To my colleagues, the intention is just to approve it or deny it at that point as a recommendation to the planning staff how to go forward.
And I
Claire.
think I would also note that, so we'll have the video online, but we will get minutes as well. Usually it takes a couple weeks to get minutes,
Okay.
to the extent that that's helpful in preparing that final
Yeah,
document.
yeah, be very
So
helpful.
just keeping that in mind, we might agendize it, once you guys have had a chance to look at the minutes and prepare from there.
Okay, then we are done with that agenda item. And again, one last thanks to board members Hirsch and Chen for their excellent work on putting this together. That's what brought us across the finish line on this, or close to that. The last item on our agenda is board member questions, comments, and announcements. And board member Hirsch has requested to make a statement regarding, I think, David, it's SB9 objective design standards, but that's up for you. So we'd like to limit you, David. You see that 10-minute timer over there?
Yeah.
Right there. We're going to start that timer. As soon as you say go. Okay. To my colleagues, this is not a discussion. This is not an agendized item that we can debate or configure, but board member Hirsch is asking us to consider his thoughts carefully.
We have to frequently describe this, and I have to. Oh, thank you. The photographs on here are illustrations of points that I will be bringing up. I have some just general comments. I will try to get through them quickly right now. Photographs of existing houses in the community provide a lesson necessary for proper review of these standards, and drawings would be useful as well. The very appropriate 12-1306 technical manual is a good example of a properly detailed description. I hope you all have taken a look at that, because it's really such a great piece of work. There are too many specific rules that appear to be personal preferences rather than recognized general principles, and therefore are not totally objective. And 4.3 is the residential functional planning, massing, design, and site planning must be understood in relation to all the multiple residences on each site, specifically when there are lot splits. So that's a whole other matter that I don't think our SB9 so far has dealt with, since issues such as privacy, vehicle access, private open space become more difficult to solve when there are lot splits. And then finally, changes to longstanding regulations ought to be avoided, since they have been established and tested, and changing them should not be arbitrarily determined and must be examined after research of multiple housing types and by drawn description, as in the technical manual again. So going over, I've distributed to you, Jody, you don't have this, but you could share. So starting with 4.4a, contextual porch entries.
Sorry, is there some? Okay. Okay.
Just let board member Hirsch
Okay.
finish his statement.
I'm
So
just trying to figure out if there's a document that's being shared that's not available to other people or
okay,
the
that's a good
public.
point then. I'm sorry. Is this document?
you know,
David?
this is the crosswalk document that we have been reviewing, that the numbers are exactly the same as the crosswalk document.
Okay,
So the 4.4a is actually A3 in the new description. Except for the Eichlers, Palo Alto neighborhoods have a diversity of styles. While they frequently have porches, this is not a standard for all. If there are a majority unique features on a single block, they are consistent elements by themselves and should not therefore dictate the character of the entire street. That would be atypical to the normal standard Palo Alto community, and an excessive restriction on an owner developer. So I disagree with that, the way it is presented. I think that it should not be a requirement. Driveway materials, too restrictive. You'll see some driveways here on the my own house. I'm sorry to have to use it, but it's a zoning description in and of itself, that the driveway is concrete, which is disallowed or the one on the second in the middle of the page, kind of Spanish style, has brick borders and,
Circle.
okay, so, you know, and as concrete as well. I think concrete should be allowed. So I disagree with the driveway material. Garage location, garage doors and designs location. If you read the original text there, it has to be set back from the front. Well, you could see an example here on the second line in the far left of a garage door on a house in my neighborhood where it is basically almost flush with the front of the house, and it is aesthetically appropriate. It's in white color, which matches the frames of the windows. So garage doors and materials, that one I disagree with as well. So roof heights and various roof pitches, this is a very important one. Just to really just describe that, it should really maintain the normal daylight plane and nothing else should apply. The daylight plane as originally described is perfect. It creates a perimeter that should be followed. To say that angled roofs should be different for different angles is not a reasonable idea. There are a number of examples here. By the way, when garage doors also are called to represent the same as the front door of a house, well, look at the middle of this kind of modern house with a one slope roof and rectangular on line 3 in the middle. Thank you. It's a wood garage door because it's part of the form of the building and it has nothing to do with the front door. So they should not be related to each other. A facade focal point, I'm kind of abbreviating the descriptions here, but the facade focal point is really a rather meaningless description. It's hard to do something which isn't subjective, I'll admit, but you'll find if you look at these examples, you'll find other examples where the whole composition of the front of a building is in itself what describes the building. And I think if we were all designing all of the buildings that we do design, we design the entire composition. We don't do it with a feature. So window to wall detailing, windows are more complicated than the description. If you read the description, you'll see how limited it is. Sills, jambs, what are the jamb material? What are the dimensions of the jambs? What are the colors of the jambs? It's a complicated issue designing windows, and it isn't properly described here. So I say insufficient description. Single-story building forms. This is about as close as the government can get to require, and that's 2.5A or B2. This is about as close as government can get to requiring a developer, a builder, or an owner to build according to a specific preordained housing plan. It eliminates a basic creative freedom inherent in Palo Alto's typical varied building styles. That's a very important typological issue that I think is improperly stated there. B6, that's 5.4A, is balconies are limited to, I would just increase the dimension from the side yard front to 20 feet, and then you don't really need a solid balcony railing. Solid balcony railings are perhaps, as in the building that's again in the middle here, you'll see a very light, in the Spanish style building, a very light, yep, that one, a very light metal balcony in the middle of the house separates those two forms. Not saying it's beautiful, but it's an appropriate choice. A solid would break up the form. Daylight plane clearances, again, you know, roof pitches. My own house would be quite different if I had to abide by a lower angle, right. So there's a number of descriptions here, but the one on the far left really shows you that the front extending porch, this is a whole other matter, actually. I'll get to that in a minute. But I wouldn't be allowed to build that little projection above the left-hand form, left side form there. Half of it would be gone. It wouldn't have made any sense to have it projecting like that. And it would have changed the composition of the house. All the more reasons to keep the daylight plane. Walkway separations. On narrow sites or for planning purposes only, an entry might be located on the driveway site. Now there again, my house has a driveway and you cannot put a planting area in there because you'd never get to the front door. The paving is different. It's separated by stones between concrete pads, and it leads you directly in the linear fashion straight to the front door. But the planting is not possible. So either you say it isn't all situations, or you simply eliminate this one. So I disagree. 1.2, how am I doing? Only 5 minutes. Oh, good. 1.2A or 4.5B, garage location, garage door. I think I'm actually around beginning again, right?
Yeah, your time is about up, David. Can you wrap it up? Do you want to give us a
Yes.
conclusion?
No, the conclusion is that, okay, let's see if I can keep the daylight plane, keep the old study, keep it because it represents a lot of different styles and is more appropriate to Palo Alto. Don't become, don't create rules or regulations that violate that. And now that you have a picture of all of the possibilities, one other I didn't mention was there are only a certain limited number of roofs. If you take the top line and look at that, it's not a mansard, it's another form of roofing. There are about 5 or 6 roofing types on some of these traditional houses. Or look at the picture in the very middle of the bottom. If you had a daylight plane on that little tiny house, you'd cut the roof off at the top. It wouldn't work. And you know who designed that? Clerk, Palo Alto's architect.
Okay.
Keep this picture and look at the options that actually criticize as well the items that are part of the, okay, that's my point.
Thank you, David. Hats off to you for feeling strong about something and making a statement. We hear you and appreciate you being willing to do this. Okay, any other board member questions, comments, or announcements? If not, then we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.